Okay, remember I gave you people an assignment about what the soil profile, okay, that you need to do. I think the last time I realized if you people did it, make sure you can draw the soil profile and label the parts. Okay, it's very, very, very important. Okay, good. So yeah, so today what we're gonna do is that we'll wrap up the entire what is left. There's what is left here, they are not that much, so we'll be able to finish it. Okay, and then once we finish it, then we'll devote more time to the statistics. Okay, all right, great. All right, so now today we're going to talk about soil porosity. Soil porosity. When you say soil porosity, what is it? What is it? Okay, when you say soil porosity, please, what is it? Soil porosity. Yes, my ladies, are you there? My wonderful Antoinette, I see you. Please, my ladies, please tell me something sweet about soil porosity. Yes, yes. My ladies, are you there? When you say soil porosity, what is it? What is it? Yeah, soil porosity. And when you say soil porosity, please, what is it? Yes. Yes, anyone from the audience? Yes, soil porosity.
Look,
Yes, please, I'm listening.
yes. When we talk of soil porosity, we are talking of the ability of water or air to pass through the soil.
We are talking about the ability of what? Of
Air
the
or
water
water
and air to pass
to
through the
pass
soil.
through the soil.
Okay, you see, you've got the word pass through. So that one will be soil permeability. They look a little bit similar, but they are not the same. So what you just said is soil permeability instead of soil porosity. Okay. All right. They in fact they work hand in hand. Okay. You are not totally wrong, no. But the fact that you brought water passing through or air passing through, you've talked more of soil permeability, which we shall talk about it briefly here. Okay, all right. So anything more, anything, anybody to
okay,
us?
sir.
Yes,
So
please.
can it be defined as
Soil
the
porosity.
percentage of so can it be defined as the percentage of air in a given soil sample?
Okay, percentage. Why are you limiting it to air? Why are you limiting it to air?
Okay, space,
Okay,
the
sir.
percentage of space in a given soil sample.
Okay, yeah. So I will buy that. Okay, so we are talking about what? So that's the percentage of what of states within what soil sample. Okay, good. That's beautiful. That's beautiful definition there. Okay, now so you see this space we are talking about. We are talking in terms of what volume. All right. So we are talking about that's the space. Okay, the more or less the empty spaces within the what the soil sample. So anytime you are talking about maybe let me take blank page. Okay, so that so soil.
Doc, please, can I please ask a question?
Please come. Okay, so the question I asked was that I was asking of the soil porosity. Okay, and do you have a question? You have also you have a question or you are
No,
asking?
please, no, I wanted to find out if like soil porosity can deal with the amount of air spaces in the soil. Is that one
That's
acceptable?
that is also correct. But you see, we don't want to limit to just air spaces because we have water spaces as well. Okay.
Okay,
So
Doc.
when we
Okay,
talk
Doc.
of the soil porosity, we are also talking about the what? We are talking about the empty space. That's the amount of what? The amount of my distance is small. Let me take a little bit big space here. So we can talk of what? The amount of what? So we are talking about amount of empty space. Okay, empty space. All right, that's the empty space. Space. Okay, space into bracket the pause. All right. Okay, great. All right. In a given word, okay, in a given cell sample. Okay, so here in terms of what? In terms of what? Volume. Okay, in terms of volume. All right. So in terms of what? Volume. Okay, so if you look at so that's so more if it in terms of volume, then which means that we can actually express it I can express it in terms of what? Maybe fraction or ratio. I can express it in terms of what? Fraction or ratio. Okay. Or I can, the old school percentage. I can express in terms of what? In terms of percentage. Are you with me? So which means that if I want to find the porosity of soil, what I could do is I can just say that soil porosity, okay, porosity, all right, because what? Because that's the empty space, okay, the empty space over what? Over the volume of the soil, okay, volume of the soil, okay, times what? Times 100, okay, all right, okay, all times what? 100, okay, so that will give us, so let me put percentage there. So that will give us the soil porosity in terms of what? Percentage. All right, good. So when you come to soil porosity, so we can see that the amount of what? The amount of what? Empty spaces, okay, within what? Maybe let me say within a given soil sample in terms of what? Volume. And we can express it, okay, so it can be what? Can be expressed in what? In fraction, okay, can be expressed in fraction, okay, or in what? Or in what? In percentage. Or it can be expressed in what? In fraction or in what? In percentage. Okay, can be expressed in fraction or in percentage. All right, good. Now, so when we talk of what? So when we talk of this sort of empty space that we are talking about, which means that this empty space, remember that definitely empty spaces in the soil could be influenced by what? They are type of pores within the soil, okay? And then, so if you are talking about these pores, okay, which we shall talk about it in detail, but this porosity, we have some factors that influence what? Porosity. So let me bring this image here. So let's say if I should, this particular image that we've seen a number of times, you can see that this is the entire soil sample. Okay, so this is the bulk density as we've been talking about. Now, if I compress with this soil sample here, okay, if I compress this soil sample here, all right, if I compare this soil sample here and I get the what? The particle density. Now remember, when I talk of the particle density, I'm just talking about just the solid, okay, the solid particles, okay. I'm just talking about just the solid way, just the solid particles. All right. So if I compress the solid particles here, you see the spaces that we are talking about. We're talking about the spaces that are occupied by air and water. Okay, spaces that are occupied by air and water. So the moment we compress it or we dry it, then we'll exit the air and water. It will exit. Okay, and when that happens, you can see that the particle of the soil, you can see what on my screen here, you can do the particle density, which we are referring to the word, the solid particles, the solid component of the soil. That's the organic matter and as well as the minerals. Okay, we compress it here. And then the space that will be occupying at the top of it, that is the what? That is the pore space. And the pore space deals with the what? The porosity, the percentage of what? The percentage of what? Of the empty space in the what? In the soil. Okay. Now, so when it comes to this empty space, so you know that this empty space has factors that will affect it. So now my question to you is this: what are the factors that will affect the words, that will influence the porosity of soil? What are the factors? So let's see. Let's move a little bit to the word factors affecting the porosity of soil. Okay, of soil. What are the factors affecting the porosity of soil? What are the factors affecting the porosity of soil? Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Size of particles.
Can
Size
you
of
say
particles.
the size? Ah, okay. The
Yes,
particle size.
the particle size. Okay, so when we talk of particle size, what are we talking about? What is the technical word for it? You know, from this time going, everything that we need to say, we say that when it's the size of particle, what aspect or what terminology are are we referring to specifically? Soil
Hello,
what?
sir.
Soil
Yes,
texture.
Soil
Soil
texture.
structure.
soil
No.
texture. Yeah, this class, you guys are too smart. Too smart. Especially the ladies in this class. They are too smart. Why? Why are they so brilliant like that? Okay, so that's a soil texture. Okay, soil texture, good. And how is the soil texture going to affect the porosity of soil? How is it going to affect it?
Hello,
Yes.
sir.
Okay, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have coarse sand and fine sand.
Okay.
So the coarse part of soil allows easy passage of air and water through the soil. And then
Okay.
the fine one, because the fine one is more compactable, it allows air and water to percolate through the soil slowly.
Okay. All right. I think sir, what you said, you are not wrong, but you were more focused on something going through the soil. And that's more of permeability rather than porosity. Porosity is just the space. I think, do you know something? Let's talk about two types of the two types of pore. I think with that one, then that will be okay before we even go to the facts. Okay. I think that will throw more light on what I want you to understand it very well. Because the first one, okay, let's see. Now, when you talk of the two types, okay, like that, we can, let's say, if I talk of four types, okay, four types, okay, types like that. We have two main types. We have something we have the macro, okay, macro pores, okay. This macro pores, they are actually large, all right, okay. So these ones, they are large pores from the word macro, okay. So macro pores, okay. These ones are large pores, okay. I use the large pores, and this large pores means that for large pores, it means that it ensures that there is quick word. Quick allows for word, so allows for quick word. Quick for it allows for a quick word, a quick passage of word of air and word water. Are you there? Allow for a quick passage of word of air and water. All right. And then we have the small one, okay, which we call micropores. Okay, so the micropores. Okay, the micropores. Okay, so this micropore, they are very small one. Okay, so this one like that. Now, this one, they are the ones that actually retain water. Okay, so here, these are small, they are small pores. Okay, small, very small pores. Okay, pores. Okay, like that. And so this one deals with what? This one, they are more into retention, water retention. Are you with me? Okay, so they are very small, and they are for water retention. And then on top of that, okay, apart from the water retention, okay, this one, so you remember capillarity. Do you remember capillarity? Ability of liquids to rise to a narrow tube. Is that not it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
here,
sir.
as well as what? Oh my, this is too big. Okay, great. Let me put it this way. Okay, so let me make it maybe 30. Okay, let me make it 30. Okay, 30 will be fine. All right, good. Water retention as well as what? Capillarity. Okay, water capillarity. Okay, so capillarity. So here, apart from the water retention, another thing that we'll talk about is the capillarity. Capillarity is the word that's basically ability of what? Ability of water. In this case, maybe you're talking specifically about water. Ability of water, okay, water to rise through the narrow what? Pores. So you can see that when you talk of capillary, water capillary, okay, or sometimes this micropores, we call them capillary pores. Okay, in some books, they refer to as what? As capillary pores. Okay, great. So you can see that in terms of macro, you are talking about sand. You see sandy soil. Okay, sand has what? Large pores, all right? Okay, so here we talk of that. But when you talk of the micropores, we are talking about what? We are talking about clay. Okay, you know, clay, so clay soil, okay, in terms of micropores, okay, the one that tends to has more is the what? Is the clay soil, is that not it? Okay, like in terms of micropores, okay, micropores, clay soil has a lot of micropores, okay, that's what retains water, okay, that's what retains water. And then when you talk of the macropores, okay, we have sandy soil has a lot of them, all right, and that particular one, it doesn't really retain, that will just allow for what? For a quick passage of air and water, okay, that one just allow for a quick passage of air and water. Okay, good. So you can see that when you come to the pores, we have two main types. We have the big one that ensures quick passage, and then we have the small one that ensure what? Retaining. I want to hold you. You understand? I want to hold something. You understand? So holding something is the work of the what? Is the work of the micropores. Okay, all right. Is the work of the micropores. They retain water, and then all capillary action, the capillary water. That's what they actually tend to do. Okay, good. So I will talk a little bit about it more later on, but you need this sort of brief stuff so that you'll be able to talk much about the factors. Okay, good. So now the first one. So we talked about what? We talked about the soil texture can influence the what? The porosity of soil. The soil texture can influence the porosity of soil. So now my question goes, how is it possible? How is the soil texture influencing its porosity? That's the question I'm asking now. Yes, how is it? How is the soil texture influence? How does it influence the soil porosity? Now that I've done a little bit breakdown for you of the various types, the macropore and then the micropore.
Okay, so what I would say is that when you are talking about soil texture, we are talking about the aggregate of various soil samples. So in this case, the texture, if the particles are large, it means that the air spaces are also large. Then if the particles are small, in case of, let's say, the clay soil, it has small air spaces.
Okay, beautiful. You see, so here, you see, when we talk of the soil texture deals with the sizes, okay, the sizes, okay, the size of the soil particles. Now you can see that the clay soil, so now if I ask you this question, so the clay soil and then the sand, okay, which one will have in terms of the large pore, the macropore and then the micropore, which one will be more in clay soil?
The pores in clay is more.
The micropores.
Okay, so good. So clay soil, we know that clay has what? Has a lot, okay, numerous, has what? Has a lot of what? A lot of micropores. Okay, micropores, okay? Micropores, right? Good. Okay, good. And then while the sun has what? The sand has what? The sand has a lot of what? A lot of macropore. Okay, macropores. All right, great. Now, so now the thing is that, but if we add up all the total pores, okay, if you add all of them up, let's take it this way. That right now we know that clay has more micropores. Okay, we know that sand has more. Clay has more micropores. Sand has more what? Macropores. Now the question is this: when we add up all the pores together, which one do you think will have higher porosity? If you add them together, okay, which one will have higher? Clay soil and sand and clear soil and sandy soil. Which one will have? Which one has the word higher porosity? Yes. Sand. No.
Sand. Yes.
No,
Hey,
it's rather clay. It's rather
really,
clay.
really.
Yes, clay has. It's just like. Let's take it this way. That in your house, if I ask you that, okay, let's take it this way. The space there. Let's take it this way that you can park. Okay, small car. You see, because if it is small, you can park, let's say, about 20 cars there. and that will be fine. But with 2 big cars, okay, with the 3 big cars can just occupy the whole space. So at the end, when we add the small, they tend to outnumber the big ones. Do you get what I'm saying here? You see, remember
Yes.
in play, we are not only talking about airspace. We are talking about water space as well as the pore. This pore porosity we are talking about is not only about airspace. It is air and what? Air and water space that we are talking about. Do you understand that? But you see, when you come to sandy soil, we don't even talk of water space that much, because why? The water, it drains through, it goes through, it doesn't retain it. But here it's what the clay soil will retain it. So which in the clay soil has a lot of this micropores, plenty of them. So when we join those small micropores that are responsible for water retaining ability, when we join all of them together, it is greater than that of the what of the sand. Okay, so when we join the big one together, and we join the plenty small ones in clay, the big one together in sand, and plenty small ones in clay, you realize that plenty small ones in clay is greater than the big ones, the collection of the big ones in the sand. Please, do you understand that? So the total pores in clay, okay, in general, the total pores in clay is greater than what? So the porosity in clay soil is what? Is greater or is higher, is what? Is higher than that of what? That of sandy soil. Okay, it's higher than that of sandy soil. Because the sandy soil, the pores are plenty. Plenty micropores. Now, when we get all these plenty micropores together, okay, you see that plenty micropores accounts for the water holding capability of what? Of the clay soil. So when we join that small ones together, you will see that they will outnumber that of the sand. The spaces are big, so things can easily drain through. Beautiful. But here the clay soil, the spaces are small, but there are a lot of them. Okay, all right, great. Okay, good. So we know one of the factors is what? Is the soil texture. Please, what other factor again? What are other factor again? Yes. What other factor again? Yes.
Soil organic matter.
Soil organic matter. Okay, good. Soil organic matter. Good. So soil what? Organic matter. Okay. All right. Organic matter. Okay. Good. Please, can you throw more light on that for us? Can you throw on light? How does the organic matter influence the soil porosity? How? Yes. Please, somebody should help me. Yes.
Water.
Yes. How does the soil organic matter?
It's okay.
Yeah. How does it affect it?
How is that really water?
Yes. You say wait. Oh, I said so. Okay. So I'll make it soil organism stroke organic matter.
Money will come.
Give me money. You say you not give me money.
Money will
All
come.
right. Yeah. Somebody help her.
You'll be like,
Yes, please. Please help me. Hey, please mute your mic.
Hey, someone's microphone is on. Please, you are disturbing us.
All right. So how is the soil organisms or soil organic matter? How does it influence porosity? How does it? Please, can somebody help me? Yes. My ladies, are you there? Yes. Please tell me something sweet. Yes, about how soil organisms or organic matter can influence, okay, soil porosity. Yes. Yes.
Doc, please.
Hello. I'm listening, please.
Before that question,
Please, what we are saying here is
before the
that
question, I want to.
okay, go ahead, please, if you have a question to ask.
The clay soil, when you look at the clay soil, it's as if it's more of powder than the sandy
Yes,
soil. So how come that one has a higher
porosity.
water and air space
Yes. So what we are
than
saying here is
the sandy soil?
maybe I'm sure you went offline a little bit and then you rejoined. But what happens is this. You see, clay soil has a lot of small space, which we call micropores. And sandy soil has a lot of macro pores, which is that big. These are big spaces, big one, big. Okay, so large. So these are large pores. Okay, all right. So this is large. Okay, so here the pores here are large, and then these pores here are small. Okay, so this way, and here, okay, let me put this one back a little bit. Okay, and here the micropores here are small. Okay, all right, good. So for those small pores, there in the case of clay soil, this micropore, there are many. And the micropores, if you look at what I talked about previously, you can see that the micropores, I made mention that the micropores here, they are for water retention. They retain water. The micropores, they do what? They retain water. Okay, they are for water retention. All right. So the micropores, they retain what? Water. Okay. And in the case of clay soil, they have a lot of these micropores to retain water. All right. And sandy soil, they have what? Large pores, which are the macropores that will allow what? Air and water to pass through. Okay. Are you with me? That will allow air and water to pass through.
Yes.
So what happens is this. Even though the clay soil, even though the clay soil here has what? Has micropore, but the micropores in the clay soil, there are so many that when you bring them together and you calculate their volume, it is larger than the big pores in the what? In the sandy soil. Do you get the point I'm making here? Okay, the micropores in clay soil, they are small, they are small, all right, but there are plenty of them. Okay, there are plenty of them. All right. So because there are plenty of them, if you're able to join that small pores, which is causing them to retain water, if you're able to join all those pores together, that pore, when we join them together by volume, it is bigger than that pores, that big pores between that of the sandy soil. Okay. That's what we are talking about.
Yes, thank you very much for
thank you too. Right. So now the next one we are asking is that we are talking about soil organisms. And my question is this: how does organic matter or soil organisms, how do they influence the soil porosity? How? The spaces in the soil. How soil organisms, how are they able to influence the soil porosity? Yes, somebody should help me. Yes, how? Yes, anybody from the audience?
Okay,
Yes,
sir.
please.
The more the soil organic matter, the more
They
the
borrow the
soil
soil.
becomes, the more the soil particle becomes compatible to each other.
Okay, so which means that they can create some so organic matter like that will create more or less some sort of soil aggregation. Is that not it?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, they create
It
some
tends to
sort of
glue the soil particles together.
good. That's good. That's one. That's beautiful. What about the soil organisms? What about organisms too?
So I
They
believe
borrow
the
the soil.
activities of the microorganism in the soil rather influence what do you call it, the organic matter, in the sense that the microorganisms will decompose the organic matter, and through the activities they create holes or pores in the soil.
Okay, beautiful. So we can see that if you take something like earthworm, okay, earthworm,
Yes.
and maybe roots of plants are also organisms, right? So if you take something like earthworm, okay, and what? And plant roots, okay. So in this case, like what is going to happen? So plant roots and then the earthworm and stuff like that. What they are going to do is that, you see, as they permeate into the soil. Okay, as as the word. So plant root and let's say earthworm. Okay, earthworms and what plant roots. Okay, permeate where they permeate. They permeate the soil. Okay, the soil, and as they do that, permeate the soil, and as they do that, what happens? What happens? They do what? They create holes. Okay, permeate the soil and create what? Create holes or channels, right? Holes or channels. All right. And so as they create holes and channels, they do what? They help to contribute to the word, the porosity of the word. Okay, so they create holes and what? And channel. And eventually, as they create holes and channel, which means that they are creating spaces for what? For air and what? And water. Okay, so as they do that, they increase the what? They increase the what? The soil porosity. Okay, porosity. All right, great. Okay, great. That's nice. So here, okay, and organic matter content as well. Okay, but before we talk about organic matter, there's one more factor that we need to talk about. Okay, of which you've made mention of it. Okay, you know what? Let me duplicate this slide. Let me duplicate this one. Okay, all right. Let me duplicate and then maybe clear the top. Oh, let me clear this top here. Okay, great. All right, good. So this is so here is the word. So let's say this is point 1 of factors that influence the soil porosity. Let's say this is point 2. All right, and let's say this is point 3. Okay, now this is still okay. So now let's see the point 3. So what is the next point? There is anybody here? Tell me what
The mineral composition.
the mineral composition. Mineral composition. When you say mineral composition, what is it? Okay, so you talked about what? Mineral composition. Mineral what? Composition. Okay. Mineral composition. Okay, so good. So mineral composition, what are we talking about? What is it? When you say mineral composition, what is it? This is my first time hearing that word. Mineral composition. What does it mean? Yeah, what does it mean? Say mineral composition. What does it mean? Yes. Somebody should help me. Mineral composition. What does it mean? How does the mineral composition influence the word? How does it influence the soil porosity? Yes. Yes. Are you there? How mineral composition, please. How does it influence the soil porosity? Yes. 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 The person who said it, yes. How does it? I want to know. How does it affect or how does it influence what? Soil porosity. Yes. Somebody. Yes, coming. Yes. My brother, I'm listening to you.
Okay, so when we talk about the mineral resources, as in a sense that the mineral resources in the soil, the plants will try to maybe have access to them. So through that, the root of the soil may penetrate through the soil, creating what? Spaces and holes within the soil.
Okay. Still, I don't get how. I just want to know how. Like how does mineral composition affect what? How does it affect? How does the mineral composition of the soil affect what? Affect soil porosity. That's what I want to know. Okay, like how? I don't know how. Our brother said mineral composition. I want to know how does it affect it? How? In what way? Yes. Yes. How? And by the way, you talk of mineral composition, what are you referring to? When you talk of mineral composition, When you talk of
materials.
yes, you are talking. Okay, when you say mineral composition, what exactly are you referring to? That's what I want to know. When you say mineral composition, what are you referring to? Yes. So when you talk of the mineral composition, we are actually referring to the what? We are actually referring to the clay word. We're referring to the clay, the words, the sand,
And
silt.
silt.
Organic matter and organic matter.
Okay, most of the time, the mineral organic matter is different from this one. If you say solid, that's different. But when you talk of mineral composition, we are talking about silt, sand, clay. Okay, these are things that you can talk of, even coarse sand, fine sand, and what. Here, you can even talk of what? Fine and what? And coarse. All right, good. So this is what you're referring to. So the soil is there, and right now we just got to know of it that the texture of soil can influence it. Its what? Its porosity. So which means that when I have a soil sample, and then the soil sample contains more of clay, it means that that particular soil will have what? Will have high porosity. If that soil sample contains more of sand, that will have what? Relatively low porosity. Okay, if it contains silt, that will be moderate porosity. Okay, all right, good. The one point that I was expecting from you was the soil structure. Soil structure. All right, soil structure. It's none of this soil structure. Okay, remember when you talk of soil structure, you are talking about how the particles are arranged. Okay, so how does the soil structure? Okay, how does the soil structure also influence the porosity of soil? How does it influence it? How does the soil structure influence its porosity? How? Please, I want to know. How does the soil structure influence its porosity? Yes. Yes.
So I think with soil structure, how the soil particles are arranged in the sense that soil with, let's say, platy arrangement will have low porosity as compared to the one with the granular.
Okay, that's beautiful point you phrased there. That's good point. Okay, good. That's good point. Okay, very beautiful point. I like this specific word. Example. Okay, so if you look at the platy type, okay, that's a very beautiful example that you've talked about. Okay, very beautiful one. Well done. Okay, so you can see that when we talk of when we talk of soil structure, we are dealing with the word, the arrangement. Okay, the arrangement of arrangement, the aggregation of aggregation or arrangement, aggregation, okay, of the particles, okay, of the particles, okay, to form clumps, okay, clumps or pets, if you can remember pets, okay, all right, good. Now, so aggregation or arrangement. Let me start this arrangement here. Arrangement, okay, aggregation or arrangement particle to form to form clumps or pets. Now, so as our brother rightly points, if you take something like the platy, okay, if you look at the platy, let's see if I could draw. Okay, let's see. Okay, great. If you take the platy looks like that. They look very flat like that. Okay, almost flat like this, like that. Okay, something not like this. Okay, maybe something like this. Okay, and let's look at the granule. The granule is like that. Okay, very beautiful stuff like that. Okay, like that. So you see, looking at the nature of the soil structure, you can tell clearly that, all right, that the granule, okay, the granule soil structure. So this is, let's say, the plate like the plate, okay, and then there's the granule. So you can see that the nature of the arrangement, okay, the nature of the arrangement, okay, can create pulses. Like for instance, if you look at the let me bring this one down here. Okay, if you look at these two soil structure, the platy, okay, the platy, okay, and what and the granular, all right, like that. You can see the granular is quite what it's having very high amounts of what porosity, well structured, now spaces within. But look at that. Look at this one. This is flat. This is like a plate. Okay, so this plate-like structure, clearly, when you have these two soil sample there, you can tell that the granular will be what much more porous. Okay, in terms of the air spaces in there will be what will be much higher than the plate type. And even the creation of the creation of the aggregates themselves, when you create the aggregate, whereby the aggregates coming together, they also help to what even the creation. Okay, the creation of the creation of the heads also bring about what also create spaces. Okay, results in what results in what poor creation. Okay, poor creation. Okay, all right. Okay, that is porosity. Okay, porosity here. All right, so anytime you are even creating the pets, okay, when we are creating the pets, okay, we will have pores, various forms of pores will be created. Okay, all right, and depending on the type of the soil structure, like in this case, you can see that the type of the soil structure here, okay, if you have the platy type of the soil structure and then the granular, you can see clearly the granular will have a lot of air spaces. So in terms of porosity, you can see granular will have higher porosity than the platy type of soil structure. Okay, beautiful, great. Now my question that the next question I'm going to ask still on this one is that why is it, what is important? Why should we know about the why? Why is it necessary for us? So why should we know? What is the importance? Why should we know about soil porosity? Why? So important. What is why? Why is it important? Why importance of what? Of soil porosity? Why should I know about it? Why do I need to know about the soil porosity? Yes. Why do I need to know about it? Yes. 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 Why?
Yes,
What kind of
yes.
significance? Yes. Let me hear from you, please.
Water infiltration and retention.
Okay, so which means that once I know about the
It
word,
helps in determining the type of crop to grow.
okay, so it will help you to determine the type of so here we can, based on that, we can know the word, the water word you made mention. Let's see the first point our brother said.
Water infiltration and retention.
Water filtration and what? Retention.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so good. So water filtration and what? And retention. Okay, so which means that knowing the porosity will give me information about the ability of water to permeate through the soil, or the ability of the water to ability of the soil to hold onto water. Okay, so you can see that so here, let's say on this point here, now you can see that when the soil, so here we can say that when the soil has a lot of macro pores. Okay, when the soil has a lot of macro pores, then they what? Then
Can I say that it's guys
please
there?
let me finish this one, then you bring another point, please. Okay, all right. Let me finish this one. So let's take it. So when the soil has a lot of macro pores, it means that there will be high level of there will be high there will be what? There is what? There is what? There is a high level of what? A high level of filtration. Okay, there will be what? High level of filtration or rapid. There will be rapid what? Maybe rapid. Okay, there will be a rapid what? Let's see. A rapid what? Filtration. Filtration. All right. So you see the water can go through the well. Water can go through the soil quicker. All right. Water can go through the soil quicker. Okay. Likewise, if the soil also has what? Has a lot of what? When the soil has a lot of what? So still on this one, when the soil has a lot of the micro pores, there is what? There is a high level of what? A high level of what? Of level of what? Have you seen it? Okay, there will be high level of retention. So having the knowledge about the porosity gives this sort of clue, okay, of the word, of the nature of the soil. Okay, in terms of its word, its ability to hold on to water or ability to what? To allow water to pass through. Okay, good. That's one point there. Any other points? Any other points? Any other points? Yes, any other points there? Any other point? Yes, I'm listening.
Know the type of crop to grow.
Okay, know the type of crops to grow. Good. Okay, so it's also help us know the type of what? Type of crops to grow. That's very true. So know the type of crops to grow. Okay, so crop selection. Okay, so crop what? Crop appropriate crops. Okay, so select what? Select appropriate. Okay, appropriate what? Crops for cultivation. All right, appropriate crop for what? For cultivation. Great. What else again? What else again? Yes, please. Mhm.
Please, can we say that they prevent soil erosion?
Well, porosity is just some sort of, well, porosity is just a concept that we are using to describe soil. So it will give us information about whether the soil will be eroded easily or not, rather than it preventing. Porosity doesn't prevent. Porosity itself will not prevent soil erosion. It will give us idea. Porosity is just telling me about soil space. That is all. Okay. The space, the soil, spaces within the soil. That is all. That's all that porosity is telling me. Okay. So to help me to select the crops. Yes. What else again? Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. So the next point is it also helps in soil aeration.
All right. Good. Soil aeration. That's so aeration of the soil. Okay. To know. So in this case like that. Okay. So it will provide information about what. So this one also provides what? Information about the what? About the soil aeration. Okay, aeration. Okay, aeration.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Please, on the soil aeration, can you talk about the macro and the micro pore spaces, like what you did for the water?
Please come again. I can't hear you, please.
I say on the soil aeration.
Yes,
can
please.
you talk about micro and then macro pore spaces?
Yes,
like
to some extent, yes. Yes, because at least for instance, we know that when we talk of the macro, when we bring the macro here, okay, when we bring the macro here, what is going to happen is this. Okay, once we bring the macro here, it means the macro. Once we have a lot of macro pores, okay, macro pores, it means that more air spaces, okay, and then having a lot of micro pores mean that what? Mean that more water spaces. Did you get it? So in terms of what? So yeah, with this one, it will give us some information about the what on the soil aeration what status. Okay, all right. And once we know that the soil is well aerated, it means that oxygen will be there. So which means there will be enough what. Okay, so we will know whether so here from here we will know that whether there is what whether there is enough oxygen O2 oxygen, all right, there is enough oxygen and what water for plants. Well, I'm talking about aeration, so let me say water, just for enough oxygen for what, for plants, roots, for what, for microorganisms, for microorganisms, all right, that whether we have enough of what for microorganisms. Okay, good. So all these ones are what, and then even remember that we're talking about micropore. If we are talking about micropore, remember that micropore like this will ensure soil capillarity. Okay, those soil capillarity, ability of water to rise through narrow pores. All right, ability of water to rise through narrow pores. So it means that having enough of that, even the uptake. So uptake of what? Uptake of nutrients. You understand that? So you have enough air space in there for microorganisms and stuff like that, for even nutrient uptake. Even nutrient uptake. Nutrient what? Nutrient what? Nutrient uptake. Uptake. All right, good. So there should be enough what space there, so enough space for enough oxygen for what, for plant roots, and microorganisms, plant roots and microorganisms to respire, and then also space for what? Space for nutrients what? For nutrient uptake. All right, good. So here, so to provide information about soil aeration, which is excellent point, help us to choose appropriate crop for cultivation, and then we talk of the what, to give us information on the water filtration and retention. Good. Please, any more points? Yes, any more points?
Hello, sir, please, can you also talk about the availability of nutrients to plant?
Yes, I think we've highlighted it here. We've captured it under the aeration. Because once there are air spaces in there, the nutrients, those especially the micropore, so that the nutrients in the soil can just move up, through those sort of tiny pore and stuff like that, so that to be accessible to plant roots. Yes, that's correct. Good. What else again?
Please, can you say it ensures easy penetration of plant roots?
It ensures what?
Easy penetration of plant roots through the soil.
You see, porosity, unless the soil is very porous. So porosity is just a generic term. If the soil is porous, then we can say that it's what if the soil is not porous? If the soil is very, very hard and it doesn't allow, we have some soil that are very, very hard and doesn't allow.
So can I say porous soil allows easy penetration of plant roots?
Yes, but that one you are a little bit more specific. You are a little bit more specific here. So which we will still keep it under that's there is enough space for oxygen, there's enough oxygen for plant roots, and then for microorganisms to respire, and also provide space for what? Uptake of nutrients. Great. And then what about microbial activities? Microorganisms. Can you provide information about microbial activities? Microorganism, microbial activities. Can you provide space on microbial activities? Can you provide micro? Hello, please.
So can we say it supports biodiversity?
If what we are saying, if you say it supports biodiversity, we are talking about porosity is actually a concept. So we want to see how that if we say it promotes biodiversity, I can agree to that. Maybe porous soil, okay? Because if the soil is very hard, very, very compact, there's no way it can actually support biodiversity. Okay. Okay. So the concept itself means space. We are talking about space, but you can have small space or you can have large space. Okay. Good. So we want to know that you having information about the porosity. What is the significance to you? Okay. How is it important to me to know about the soil porosity? So that's what we are talking about. And one of it is that it will provide me information about the water filtration or water penetration, as well as the water retention. And then we also say that it also help us to know the appropriate crops to what? To choose for cultivation. It also will provide me information about what the soil aeration. Because so the nature of what? So the air and stuff like that in the soil. So that is going to provide me information about the what? About the aeration. All right. And then it will also and then in terms of the aeration, we say that, for instance, if I know that the soil has a lot of big pores, like the macro pores, it means there will be a lot of what? Air spaces. But if it has a lot of micro pores, there will be more what? Water spaces in there. Okay. And then we say that with this one, then we can actually say that once we have a lot of spaces in the soil, then it means that there will be more oxygen available for plant roots and microorganisms, okay, for plant roots and what? And microorganisms to respire, okay, because they need oxygen to do that. And also to also provide spaces for uptake of what? Uptake of what? Nutrients. So for nutrients, what? Uptake, okay. And then the third point I say is that the soil porosity can also influence what? Can also, another important thing that we could get from there is the what? It can also give us some sort of idea about the nature of what? Microbial activities. You understand that? So for instance, if the soil is well aerated, we can say that there will be much microbial activities in there to support diverse or numerous microbial what? Activities, okay, for breakdown of what? Of organic matter. Okay, so here the nature of the what? The nature of the porosity. So here we can say that what? High what? Highly porous. Porous what? Soil. Okay, highly porous soil. Okay, okay, can what? Can support what? A lot. So to provide us this information, okay, can support what? A lot of what? A lot of microbial what? Microbial community, a lot of microbial communities, okay, like that. And when there are a lot of microbial community, what are they going to do? They are going to enhance decomposition. That will what? That will enhance decomposition of what? Of dead organisms, okay, and then retain the what? Retain the nutrients into the soil. All right, yes. So which means that the porosity will provide this information. Okay, the porosity will give us the information about the activities, okay, and stuff like that. Okay, so the microbial activities, and then so here having very highly porous soil means that it can support a lot of microbial communities, and that will, okay, eventually enhance the decomposition of what? Dead, okay, matter to return nutrient into the soil. Okay, all right, great. Good.
Please, so the microbial activity, you wrote microbial community, so kindly check for us.
Okay, I wrote activity here. So although I'm saying it can support a lot of microbial community. What it means is that maybe fungi will be there, bacteria will be there, okay, other decomposers, maybe protozoa and such like that, soil protozoa and such like that will be there. So that different, okay, the various what can support maybe various microbial communities, various
Thank you.
microbial communities. Okay, that's what I
Thank you,
meant.
sir.
All right, great. Okay, good. Any headache so far? Any headache so far? Any headache so far? Any headache so far? Anyone whose head is spinning? Any headache so far? All right, good. So if you come here like that, so you can see that, you can see from here that soil porosity, okay, also what decreases as the soil particle becomes much smaller in their dimensions. So we are talking about here as they, so in terms of the word, if you look at the soil, if I'm going down, okay, if I'm going down into the soil like that, okay, the porosity also tends to what decrease. So which means that when I go through the soil profile, okay, as I go, the deeper I go into the soil, okay, the porosity tends to decrease. Okay, which means that as I go deep into that, as I go deep, as I cut through the soil profile, the porosity, the amount of air spaces there, okay, tend to, the pore spaces in general tend to decrease. Okay, all right, great. Now, how do we do this calculation? How do we do that? So here, as you can see from what my diagram on my screen, so how do we do the calculation? And the last time, I think we did it beautifully. So this is one is more or less the old school, okay, the old school method of what? Of porosity, which we did a lot of this calculation the last time. Okay, good. And one of the ways that we can do is that if you look at my, if I bring this one here, you can see that this is the bulk. Okay, and when I compress the bulk, I've taken the air and the water out and I get the solid. Okay, so you can see that if I can calculate the percentage of solid. And how do I calculate the percentage of solid? Okay, the percentage of solid, I can do it by what? The bulk density divided by the what? By the particle density. And remember, always the particle density is what? Is always greater than the what? Than the bulk density. So if I want to calculate the percentage of particle, I'll go as what? Bulk density divided by the particle density times 100. Okay, so once I get, you can see that when I get my particle here, the percentage of particle here, all right, if I get a particle, I can subtract it from what? From 100, and I'll get my what? My pore space. And so that's exactly what they've done here. So here, what I can do is that the bulk density over the particle density, okay, all right, what is it going to give me? It will give me the percentage of what? If I multiply by 100, it will give me the percentage of particles. Okay, remember the bulk density has air and stuff like that in there. So anytime you have the bulk density divided by the particle density times 100, I'll get a solid. So what do I do? Once I get the percentage of solid, okay, so if I want to calculate the percentage of solid, this is the formula. Bulk density divided by the particle density times 100 will give me this one, will give me this percentage of solid. So when I subtract that percentage of solid from 100, then I'll get my what? I'll get my pore space, which is the porosity. Okay, so here, all right, when you calculate the word, the bulk density divided by the word, the particle density times 100 will give you percentage of solid. So you subtract the percentage of solid from 100, and then that will give us the word, the pore space. All right, please, are we clear with that? Are we clear with that? Please, we shall do one calculation. I'll give you one calculation right now, and then we'll do it. Okay, and just like what I told you earlier on, we have the micropore, that's the capillary pore, that's the capillary spaces, and then we have the macro, which is the big one. Okay, so this one deals with air, all right, and then the capillary. Remember, the capillary is the one that can hold what? The capillary, that one that can hold water. But as it can hold water, it can restrict water movement. What does it mean? So which means that in terms of water percolation, water going through the soil, okay, like so if I could draw something here like that a little bit, okay, so if I say something like that here, so when you talk of words, so let's say if I have a lot of words, so let's say I have something like this here, like that, like this, okay, like so let's say this is something like we don't have enough spaces within, so let's say this was tightly packed like that. So what it means here is that water moving through it will be limited, so it will restrict water movement through it, but water rising up as a result of what? Capillary action is very, very high. Okay, and then it has also what? Because of the small nature of the spaces, it has ability to hold water. So it doesn't allow water to move through it freely, but it has ability to what? To hold on to what? It has high water retention what? Ability. Now, but when you talk of the macropore, okay, when you talk of the macropore, what happens is that macropore doesn't have the ability to hold on to water, but it can allow water to move freely. Okay, so the movement of it, of the water through it, you are talking about what? Permeation. Okay, that's the permeability. Okay, and then the holding capacity deals with what? Retention. Okay, that's a retention ability. Are you with me? Okay.
Yeah, Doc.
All right. So don't confuse the
Doc.
two. So down one. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, Doc.
Hello. Please go
Is
ahead.
it the same as drainage capacity, the permeability?
Yes, that's drainage capacity.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So
Okay.
the drainage. So you can see that when you have a lot of micropores, what it means here is that you have the word, you have ability to hold water. But in terms of drainage, it's poor. Do you understand that water draining through is poor because you hold it. You can't, things can't just drain through you just like that. Because the spaces are very small. They are pores, small spaces. So you have very good water holding ability. Okay, but you have poor free movement, poor drainage. Okay, so here, in terms of what? Okay, so let's say in terms of, okay, in terms of, this is an image, so I can make it good. So in terms of, let me see. So here, when you have micro pores or micro spaces, okay, micro spaces, so like clay soil, clay, okay. What it means here is that you have better water holding, okay, but poor water drainage. Okay, that's for micropore. And for macropore, more macropore, okay, more macropore, soil with what? Soil with more macropores like sand. Okay, we have what? We have better drainage. Okay, but poor what? Poor water holding. Okay, water holding capability. Are you there? Okay, great. And then start with the micropore. One type of micropore is as we know that we are talking about capillarity. Capillarity is the ability of liquid, okay, to rise through what? A narrow tube. It's the ability of what? Of liquid or a fluid to rise through a narrow tube. And so the narrower the space, okay, the narrower, okay, the space, all right, the higher the capillarity. Okay, great, capillarity. So you can see that soil rising up, okay, in the water rising up, okay, in the soil, okay, is the word. Water rising up in the soil will be what? Will be much higher in what? In the soil with a lot of micropores. Okay, so you can see that when we dig a well, okay, if you dig a well in clay soil, all right, you are likely to get water coming than to dig a well in what? In sandy soil, because sandy soil has macropores. Okay, and macropores, because the spaces are large, the ability of water to rise through it is low. So with macro, another thing is that with micropores, okay, with micropores, there is what? There's high capillarity. So which means the water can easily rise from the what? Move from the deep parts of the soil up. Okay, deep soil up. Okay, through the what? Through the micropore as a due to what? Due to capillarity. Okay, due to capillarity, okay, or capillary action. All right, great. All right, now I'm gonna give you one question, and then you try your hand on it. Okay, all right. So here you can see that porosity. So porosity, if you are using the fraction method, okay, if you are not using percentage, okay, bulk density over particle density, okay, and then you subtract it from 1 if you are using the fraction method. And if you look at my illustration here, you can see the normal soil, compact soil. So for very compact soil like this, you can see that the air can't, even though there is also air, no air. You can see that no air, no moisture, highly compact. You understand that? So compact, okay, all right, like that. But normal one, you can see that can drain, can also, so we have a lot of air spaces in it, okay. So water and air, you can easily drain it. And when it is so compact, it doesn't allow air and moisture to permeate it, okay. Good. And then we talked about the factors that can affect it. So we talked about the soil texture. Okay, so we say that the sandy soil like that, the sandy soil has 35 to 50% of what? Of pore spaces. All right. And then medium fine texture 50 to 60. Okay, like that. And then look at the compact soil is about 20 to 25 to what? 30%. So this we're talking about what? The pore spaces. Okay, so of the pore spaces. Okay, great. All right. So we are talking about. So we have what? We are talking about what? So the sandy soil, we are talking about the pore spaces here. So the sandy soil, 35 to 50, and then medium to fine texture. So which means that when the smaller of it, the smaller the size of the particles, the higher the pore spaces, okay? And when it is compact, when it is so compact, okay, like that one we are talking about what? We are talking about 50 to 30%, okay? And we say vegetation could affect it. That's the root of soil in terms of organism. Some biological activities from microorganisms like that. And but when you talk of the micropore, we have size, maybe the macro is like greater than what? 0.5 millimeters. And the micro is what? When it's smaller than 0.5 millimeters. And don't forget that the micropores are also known as what? Capillary pores. And then the macro, the big one, they are non-capillary pores. Okay, all right, great. And then one thing that I want you to take notice of it is that don't confuse porosity with permeability. Okay, porosity. So don't confuse porosity. Sometimes people confuse porosity, okay, versus what? We'll talk about permeability right now, but quick one. Okay, great. So porosity deals with what? Porosity deals with how much space is there. Okay, right. So this deals with what? So porosity will increase the size. Okay. So porosity will deal with what? Porosity will deal with what? That's how much space is what? Available. Okay, available. All right. How much space is what? It's available. Okay, available in terms of what? So that more or less deal with the what? Volume of what? Volume of. Okay, more. Let me say total volume. Total volume of what? Of pores. Okay. All right. And then permeability deals with how easily, okay, so permeability, okay, permeability deals with what? How easily deals with how easily or readily, all right, how easily or readily air or water, okay, air or water, all right, air or water, what moves through the what? Through the pores. Okay, all right, okay, great. So this one has to do with what? You see, this one has to do with what? The size. The permeability deals with what? The size of the pores and how they are connected. Okay, is that not it? So permeability deals with what? So here it deals with the size of the pores and how they are connected. All right, good. All right, good. So this one deals with what? This one deals with, so the porosity. Let me do so that we be under this, the porosity here. All right, good. So the porosity deals with the size of the pores and how the size of the pores and how they are connected. Okay, so the porosity, the permeability deals with the what? The size of the pore and how they are what. So it is possible for you to have what? So that has a lot of pores, but it's not permeable. Is it possible? Okay, is it possible? Is it possible to have cell that is porous but not permeable? Is it possible? Is it possible?
No.
It is possible. I can have a cell that is porous. So in the case of porous, I'm talking about the total space. Okay, clay cell is porous. Clay cell has a lot of pores. Okay, a lot of micro pores, but it is not permeable. Is that not it? It is not. Are you there? Okay.
Yes,
clay cell has a lot of what? Has a lot of pores, micro pores. You see, people, you think that clay cell doesn't have, clay cell has a lot of micro pores. It doesn't have a lot of macro pores, but the small pores has plenty of them. So when you join that plenty, it's a lot. Okay, all right. So clay soil has a lot of what? A lot of micro pores, but it's not really permeable. Do you understand? So the permeability deals with the size of the pores. Okay, if it is big, if the size of the pores are big, and then there are some sort of interconnections, then they can easily do it. They can easily water and air can easily permeate it. But if they are not, let's say there are a lot of micropore, but they are not really interconnected, then it means that yes, they may have a lot of small, the size are small. So it doesn't really, it is just holding the water. It does not allowing the water to permeate through it. Okay, are you there? Good. So it is possible. So it is possible for you to have what? It is possible. It's possible to have a porous cell that is not permeable. Yes, it is possible. Okay, great. Okay, good. So I have more of a elaborate notes on this one, on the permeability. And when you talk of the soil permeability, what exactly about the soil permeability? So soil permeability only talks about what? It's talking about the water filtration, how quick water can filtrate the soil, how quick air can enter the soil. And you see, if the soil is highly permeable, it means that oxygen can easily get there. Okay, in terms of aeration, oxygen can easily get there. And then the soil microorganisms and the soil roots can do what? Can get oxygen and water, okay, easily, all right, because water can easily permeate into the soil. All right, good. So the permeability, the soil permeability depends on what? It depends on the number of soil pores, okay, it's partial, okay, not the main thing that it depends on is what? Is the size of the pores. So when it comes to, so in terms of the number, it's not strong, it's partially depend on the number. But the main thing, and then continuity of what? Of the pores. Continuity of the pores is just talking about what? How it is actually connected to other ones, okay, other pores. So here we are talking, so this part here, this one here, deals with what? The connectivity, okay? How is it connected? Okay, so connections, all right? Okay, is it connected to what? So it deals with the connection. So the most important factor that determines the what? The soil permeability is the size of the pore. So you can see that the macro pore, okay, the macro pores have what? Have higher, okay, permeability than the what? Than the micro pores. Are you there? Great. Any headache so far? Okay, good. And then put at the back of, yes, please.
Please.
Let me hear from you, please.
Please. So with what you're saying, can I say sandy soil, the sand?
Yes,
is
please.
very, it's not porous, but very permeable.
It is you see, sandy soil like that, it is still porous. There are still spaces in there. Okay, just that it's not as porous as clay. It is porous.
So say in a rank, like let's say you are given a question like, which of the following soil is very porous? Then they give you clay, loamy soil, and sand.
That's a very beautiful question. So here, in terms of if I say very porous, okay, is we know from now we know that clay soil, in terms of porosity, clay soil is much porous than sandy soil. But sandy soil, the pores are larger. They are large. You get it? All right. Sandy soil has more of macro pore than micro pores. Do you get it?
So if it's a general question, then it is clay.
Yeah, and in fact, at your level now, you see, when you are teaching basic school level, if you say that thing, if you say that sandy soil, clay soil is more porous than sandy soil, I'm sure the whole class will fight with you like 3 hours. Okay, at that level. But right now, we know that because at that level, you don't talk about micropores, macropores, and micropores. You don't talk about that. Even if you are talking about pores, the only one they can associate with is the macropores. Is that not it? Okay, that's the one they can associate with. Okay, but at the tertiary level, we know that the reason clay soil is able to hold water is because it has a lot of micropores. You understand that? Okay, good. All right, good. So no, don't worry. Who made the question ambiguous? Who made the question ambiguous?
Use it capable of anything.
No, I'm the one going to set the question, so I won't make it. I'm not an ambiguous person. I'll make question non-ambiguous. Okay, and it's to undergo through moderation. Okay. No. I don't think ambiguous questions. No. Okay, I'll make sure they are non-ambiguous. At all. No. Okay, you'll be fine.
Hello, doctor.
Yes, please. I'm listening.
Please, is air spaces different from macropores?
Air spaces, so air spaces and then the water spaces, they all make up, they can be micropore or macropore. Are you there?
Okay.
They could be micropore or macropore. They can be micro or macro. But usually, when you have what? When you have air spaces, the air spaces usually tend to occupy the macropore, the big space, the big one. Okay, and then the micropore usually for water. So they could be both. But when you have the micropore, like in the clay soil, we have the micro there. There's this tiny, tiny pores holding the water. While in the case of sandy soil, it has plenty macropores, okay, allowing water to drain. Okay, and that macropores there, they are the spaces for the what? For the air. So what it means here is that in terms of what? Air space, sandy soil will have more air space than water space. While clay soil will have more water space than what? Than air space. Are you there? Are you clear with me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good. All right. Good.
Thank you.
All right. Good. So, so permeability, in fact, it's not. We don't actually. So it's in description with no numerical value. Okay. So we don't assign numerical value to it. That the permeability is 20 or 10. Okay. It's not. There's no numerical value. Okay. So okay. So it cannot be measured directly. So there's no like. We have instruments that we can use it to measure directly. Okay, so basically we can assess the nature of the words, of the soil, and then we can describe. Okay, it's more descriptive thing. Though this particular soil is more permeable, looking at the way material, soil and air are passing through the soil. We can use it to determine the word, the nature of the word, of the permeability. Okay, good. All right. And then the one thing that we also talk about is the word hydraulic conductivity. This one, hydraulic conductivity is very specific. You know, when we talk of hydraulic, we are talking about liquid, like fluid. Okay, like liquid. Okay. So when you talk of hydraulic conductivity, that one measures the rate of water movement through the soil. That one is specifically to water. Okay, like how the rate at which water is moving through the soil. That is what? That is a hydraulic conductivity. Okay. All right, great. And then so for coarse soil, okay, we have conductivity of what? 1.1 to 1 and what? 1 and 1.5 inches per hour. Okay, while fine might be 100, okay, of that. Okay, so for the word for okay, great. All right, great. So in terms of what? So you can see that in terms of coarse sand, okay, we have about what? 1 and 1 of what? About 1 and what? 1.5 inches of what? Per hour, okay, or even more. But fine textured soil might measure what? Hundreds of that. Okay, hundreds. Remember, hundreds of that. So which means that when the soil particles are very close, okay, they are very close. They are very they are tightly like close. Fine. Water movement through it is what? It's not as when it's like coarse. If you take coarse, okay, water can easily move through. Okay, water can easily move through the coarse coarse. But when you take the fine textured soil, okay, you can see that it's not all that much. That's 100. Okay, 100 means that like maybe 100 of that of the what? Of the coarse soil. Okay, all right, good. So let me give you one calculation question on porosity. Okay, and then when you finish, then you will do some multiple choice question, and then today we are finishing everything. We are finishing everything. The thing is not that much. Okay, so let me give you one question. Okay, great. So let's take a question here. Okay, so question, trial question. Okay, good. All right, great. So let's see. Okay, so the bulk cell, okay, all right, weighs let's say, weighs 500 kg and occupies a volume of let's say a volume of 400 centimeters cube. All right. Okay, so when if the solid into bracket particle only, okay, occupies okay, weighs, okay, solid only weighs let's say 460 grams. Okay, let me even make it 480 grams, and occupies a volume of okay, a volume of okay, a volume of a volume of let's say, even I'll be creating, I just want to be a volume of wait, 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 wait. Okay, so let me give you a volume of 350. Okay, 350 centimeters cube. Then first question goes, calculate A, bulk density, B, particle density, and then using the formula, calculate the way percentage, solid percentage. And you know the formula for solid percentage? Solid percentage is what? Is the particle density over bulk density. All right. So let's say, let me make this one. This 350 is a little bit on the high side. Okay, 350 is on the high side. Let me make it like let me make it 250. 250. Okay, like that. And then using the formula, calculate the porosity. Okay, porosity. Okay, in percentage. Okay. All right. So this one is a solid. Okay. So please start work. Start work. My ladies, are you doing it? Yes.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
please, we are doing it.
Oh, I trust you. Oh, I trust you. I trust my ladies. Very brilliant people. Very, very brilliant. Okay, are we done? Are we finishing? Yes, the first one. Let's solve the first one. What are
Yes,
the
sir.
answers to the first one? So the first
Doc,
one is what?
the bulk density is 1.25 gram per cm cube.
1.25 grams per cm cube. Okay.
And the particle density is 1.92 gram per cm.
1.9. 1.9 what?
1.92.
92 grams per centimeter cube. And then the solid percentage.
Oh, please, can they show working?
Hello, sir.
Yes. So here, let's see.
5%.
Okay. So here is given by what? So bulk density. Bulk density is equal to what? Is equal to mass, bulk mass, bulk
total volume.
Bulk mass over total volume.
Volume.
Okay, volume.
Sir, your ladies are quiet this time.
Yeah,
Oh,
they are
not
not.
we are watching.
You want trouble,
We are watching. We are here. We are here. Don't try that.
No. Please. They are there. The observers. The observers.
Have provided answers.
Ladies are the hallmark. Please give time for the ladies.
That's one piece. That's one piece. I know. That's one piece. My ladies, forgive him. He doesn't know what he's saying. Forgive him.
Sure.
So
we
that
are
will
quite
give us
observing the formula.
500 grams divided by 400. Okay, 400 grams. 400 centimeters cube. Okay, and that will give us what? 1.25. Okay, is that not it? That's what we had, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Great.
Gram per centimeter cube.
Okay, so let me pick this one here. I think that I can just copy that and paste here. Okay, and then the second one is what? Is so after the solid part, so that's 400. So particle density. Okay, particle density is equal to 480. Okay, grams. 480 grams over
250 grams. 250
cm cube. And that will give us what? 1.2. Okay.
Gram per cube.
All right.
Gram per centimeter cube.
Okay, like that. And then so when they ask you for percentage solid, so solid percentage, so solid percentage. Okay, solid percentage is equal to what? It's equal to bulk
density.
So bulk density. Density
over
particle density.
The particle density
times
100.
And that will give us what? No.
You see, like people are telling us.
You're right. Good. Oh no, she's right. What she said is right. She's right. So that will give us what? That will give us so that will give me 1.25 divided by
1.92 times 100
times 100
times 100%.
And that will give us what? What is the answer?
65.10.
65.10.
That will give us
Hello, sir.
50. Yes, please.
Hello, made it 190
Yes,
instead of 1.92.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
So that will give us what? 50.
60, 55, 65.
65.
0.10%. Okay, all right, beautiful. That is okay. So if you want to calculate for the porosity, you subtract this percentage from where? So this one's 100 minus that. Okay, 65. Okay, 0.1. All right, and that will give us what? That will give us
34.
34.9.
34.9%.
4.9.
So, okay, this is very simple. Okay, great. So let's solve the second one on the next slide. Let's solve the second one on the next slide. Okay, so the second one on the next slide. Okay, great. Let me put it up here. Oh, no. Oh, no, that would take a lot of space. So let me. Okay, that's okay. Good. So let's say question 2 here. Question 2. Let me keep this one off. So save here, question 2. Okay, great. Question 2. Okay, good. Who has finished? Who has finished?
So I'm here.
Okay, so let's see the solution.
Okay.
Okay, let's have the solution here. So here, the particle density,
So the percentage of the solid.
the percentage of solid.
It's about the
So the bulk
It will be what?
bulk density is
density
1.5 over the particle density.
times 100. Please, I can't see the slide.
You are not the only one. Oh.
You see it, my ladies.
Check your notes.
Please wait for me. I'm coming. I'm talking to you.
Kindly do something for us.
I'm in talk with doctor. Please, my ladies, wait for me. I'm coming.
Our Johnny.
Hey, why you?
Johnny, yo.
Remember, man, more pages. So make sure you.
Hey, is it light off?
It's a technical hitch. I'm talking to doctor. I'm coming.
It's technical day.
Some technical hitch.
Apostle.
Who mentioned Apostle here?
Anima 2, are you there? Anima 2 is off.
How many of them?
Hey, I am here.
Hey, criminal.
It's because of the network. I'm talking to doctor. Please hold on.
Papa, I'm there. We have solved it and it's at the
Hello, is doctor still there, or I'm the only one experiencing this?
No,
Oh,
I'm
it's
talking to
everybody here.
him.
We are all waiting.
We are all here. I'm talking to him. Don't worry. You'll come.
Okay, I hear. Thank you.
Since
It's
how
okay.
long can you
Yeah,
not
yeah,
finish
Chapapa.
speaking with him?
Abba. Eh?
Achapapa. Achapapa.
Chapapa.
Because of the
So, person
network.
3 years ago, such a
Because of the network. You know, yesterday there was light out at Cape Coast, so we are now resolving the issue. That is why. Don't worry.
Hey,
Are you
ECG
from the
officer.
GC?
ECG officer.
Oh, okay.
Please, sir, we
Johnny.
are not at Cape Coast.
Johnny.
Now,
Stop
Cape
paying,
Coast, Anka, you joined Cape Coast.
stop
I used
paying
to be
your mouth.
platform.
Stop paying your mouth. You know.
Onankasa, Onike, Onjano, Onike.
Somebody who is at Western region. You are resolving issue at Johnny. Johnny, this one after this, see me.
Everything is possible. Technology.
This link is for
Everything is
people.
Yeah.
This link is for people.
Please, the second question, is it only A or is A and B?
I didn't
It is
finish
A and
writing.
B.
Say
I
MB.
finished. It is A and B.
So
A
please,
and
can
B.
somebody read the B for me?
Porosity in percentage.
Porosity in percentage. Okay, thank you.
Why is this our boss talking like this? Hey.
Madam Nimatu, are you there?
Maybe
I think she's having a network problem because she went on before dog went off.
And then there are some people do some galamsey in the network. That's why it is happening.
Please, colleagues, are they recording it?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
I'm recording it.
Yes, please. They are recording that See that red thing over there? They are recording it.
So whatever that we are discussing is being recorded.
Yes, please.
Serious.
Exactly.
This one we have to stop.
Hey, please, that is still annoying.
Hello, please. Is anyone contacting doctor to know whether we should hold on to the lecture or we should leave for next time? Atata.
Hey.
Hey, like for real.
Please, can somebody contact doctor and we'll find out?
Council of Elders, near Matthew, call him.
You said
Near Matthew, call doctor.
I think
Nimatu
Nimatu is not
even with
around.
us.
Nima is not
Nimatu
there.
is not around. Mm.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, then the network was just misbehaving, just like that.
Be back. Doctor is finally back. Oh.
So welcome.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So and I was actually in the office, and then the office internet just disappeared. So I've tried everything, it's not. So I've come out and I'm using my phone with my laptop. Okay, because inside the office the network is not too good. Okay, so I'm using my phone and the laptop. So I pray that we'll be able to cover, because we really need to finish today. Okay. All right. So please, this thing. Okay, the question that I gave you, the second question, I don't have access to it now because it's a different computer that I'm using. Okay, so let's see the question that I gave you. The question that I gave you, the second one, please. Please, the second question that I gave you, please. Can we have it?
The bulk density of a soil.
Okay, so B density is equal to
1.85 gram per centimeter
okay.
cube.
Let me increase this one a little bit. Okay, so
Hello.
bulk density is equal to what? 1. Hello, 1.85. 1.85 gram per centimeter cube. And then the
85 gram. Yes, please. And a PD.
Okay.
PD is 2.2.
PD is equal to
2.2. 2.2 grams per centimeter.
gram per centimeter cube. All right. Then, so we are going to calculate for what? We are going to calculate for the solid percentage.
Of the solid grams
percentage
per centimeter cube.
is equal to what? It's equal to bulk density. That's the bulk density over particle density times 100. Okay, and that will give me that is 1.85 divided by 2.2 times 100. What answer are we going to get?
I've made it 1.2 instead of 2.2.
Yeah, what is the answer?
84.09%.
84.09.
84.09%. 09%. Then from there, we're going to calculate the porosity. So the porosity is equal to what? It's equal to 100 minus
84.09.
solid S percentage.
Oh.
So that will give us 100 minus 84.09%. 0.09%, and that will give us what? That will give us 1.15.91%. All right, good. Okay, great. 15.91%. All right, that's fine. Great. Well done. I was having some trial questions on the other computer, but I can't. That I plan to give you, but I don't think I can because they don't have access to that one. Okay, so now let's go to soil color. Okay, let's go to soil color. Okay, so we're going to talk about soil color. Okay, so let me take blank sheet. Okay, great. So when you talk of soil color, what are we talking about? Soil color. Soil color. Okay, when we talk of soil color, what are we referring to? Yes. And when you talk of soil color, what is it? When you say soil
Doctor,
color, please, what is it? Yes, please, I'm listening.
please, I would say
The way. Please, I'm listening. Oh, why are people leaving the meeting? Yes. Okay, please go ahead. There are a lot of people leaving the meeting. I don't know why. Are you also
Some are
having
having bad network.
visual appearance of the soil.
Yeah, I don't know why this network is behaving like that. Okay, good.
I said
Soil
the
color, please. Let's
visual
go ahead.
appearance. I said the visual appearance of the soil.
Okay, good, good. Okay, good. All right. So more or less, you see, when we color that we see, when it comes to the color we see, so basically the color we see is what the part of the word, the part of the visible light. Okay, the visible light is part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Okay, so the part of the visible light that is reflected to us, that is what we see. Okay, so when we come to the soil color, okay, the soil color, it deals with what? That's more or less the reflection, okay, the reflection, okay, of the part of the visible light to us. Okay, and then we have sometimes when you come to the soil color, we have sometimes there is existence of two or more patches of color, and when we have two or more patches of color, we describe it as what? Mottling. Okay, so when we talk of mottling means that we have what? Two or more color patches. Okay, when we have two or more color patches, and sometimes it could be due to presence of different ions or different composition, different water. Okay, all right, great. So when we have different ion or different water in there, that is what that's what we call weight. That is what we call mottling. So mottling is basically when we have two or more color patches, okay, presence in the cell, okay, is what we describe as what? Mottling. Okay, good. And then the soil color could be inherited from the parent material. So maybe the parent rock that the soil is coming from. So the color of the soil can be inherited from the what? From the parent material. So the type of the parent material that it is coming from, and then when it's happening like that, when color is inherited from the parent material, the term for it is called what? Litho. Litho. This the word litho. This litho means rock, and chrome. Chrome means color. Okay, so when the soil color is inherited from the parent material, it is described as a word, lithochromic. Okay, so lithochromic means that when you say lithochromic soil, okay, what it means is that that particular soil color, the color that we are seeing, it was actually inherited from the parent material. And then the classic example is whereby we have the red soil. Okay, that's the red soil developing from what? Red sandstone. So when you have red soil developing from red sandstone, that can be described as what? Lithochromic material, lithochromic, meaning that the soil color that we have, okay, it is coming from what? From the parent material. Okay, great. Now, so let's see the various soil color that we have here. So we can see that if you look at my screen, we have a lot of what? We have different soil color. Okay, look at the different soil color that we have here. Okay, great. And you see, so you can see, and when the soil is really dark, what does it tell you? When the soil is very dark, what does it tell you, please? When the soil is very dark, please, what does it tell you?
It means that it contains organic matter. The organic matter content is very high.
Very high, yeah.
Okay, great. That's very good. Okay, so when the soil is very dark, okay, so dark brown or black, what it means is that it contains what? It contains a lot of what? That's high amounts of what? Organic matter. Great. What about if the soil is red or orange? Okay, when the soil is red, what does it mean? What does it mean? When the soil is red, if the soil is red or orange, what does it mean? What does it tell you about it? Yes. Yeah, soil is
Like
red.
there is presence of iron and oxide.
Okay, good. Well done. Okay, so for instance, we said that when the soil being wet, so let me increase my okay, so when the soil is black, is dark or black, okay, black soil, okay, then we are talking about the soil being wet. We're talking about the soil is what? Rich in what? Rich in organic what? Organic matter. Okay, all right, great. And we say when the soil is wet, it's red or wet or orange, okay, then it is wet. It is rich in wet, okay, so we can say that that soil is rich. Let me paste this one here. Okay, so that soil is wet. It's rich in wet. The soil is rich. Okay, so when the soil is wet, red or orange, okay, when the soil is red or orange, it means that it is what? It is rich in iron oxide. That's a hematite, okay? Hematite here. Okay, it means that the soil is well drained, aerated, and healthy soil. Okay, all right, great. And then let me ask the question again. So what about if the soil is yellow? If the soil is yellow, what does it tell you? When the soil is yellow, what does it tell you? Yes. When the soil is yellow, please, what does it tell you? When the soil is yellow, let me get this info here. Let me.
Rich in sand.
Okay, so when the soil is yellow or yellowish brown, what that it means that it is what? It has hydrated oxide. Okay, so colors. Okay, so it contains a lot of hydrated what? Iron oxide, indication of what? Of poor drainage and water log. Okay, all right. Okay, so when it is dark, okay, so let me pick yellow color here. Okay, we can't see it's yellow. Okay, good. So when the soil is what? Yellow or yellow brown, it contains what? Hydrated ions, and hydrated ion is an indication that the soil is poor. Okay, it's poor in what? Poor drain. It has poor drainage system, or it has what? It is in water-logged area. Okay, all right, good. Then let me ask you another. What about if the soil is gray? What about if it's gray? Where the soil is gray? When the soil is gray, yes. What does it tell you? Gray soil. What does gray soil tell you? Yes. Gray soil tell you. Yes. What does it tell you? Yes. When the soil is gray. Yes. What does it tell you? Yeah. Please. What does it tell you? The soil is gray. Okay. Gray soil. Please. What does it tell you? It shows what? It tells us about what? Lack of. Okay, that's so poor drainage. So gray soil like that, it means that, okay, also in waterlogged area, okay. Let me drag this one a little bit, okay, great. And reduce the size here. 32. So gray soil also indicates what? Poor drainage, okay, waterlogged condition, lack of what? Oxygen, okay, lack of what? The lack of oxygen, all right, good. Okay, so you can see that anytime you go to places that they take away, they take a soil, they actually the waterlogged area. If you look at the color of the soil, you can see that yeah, it's gray. The soil is gray. Okay, all right. Where the water stays, you can see that the soil is what is gray. All right. So there is lack of oxygen there, and if there's lack of oxygen, which means that there's no plant activities and stuff like that, and microbial activities will also what will also go down. Okay, great. Okay, so you see that soil color is particularly what important. Okay, now let's look at the factors that are influence what factors that tend to influence soil color. So one of them, okay, we just said earlier on that parent materials, and we say that when the soil picks its color from the parent materials, we describe that soil as being what being lithochromic. Okay,
Lithochromic.
and then yes, and then we say that so some of the things that can influence soil color, we can talk of what we can talk of parent materials. Okay, where the soil is coming from, the parent material. Is it coming from limestone? Is it coming from the red limestone, white limestone? Okay, what about if let me ask this, what about if the soil is white? If the soil is white, what does it tell you? If the soil is white, what does it tell you? Like if you a place where the soil is white or pale, what does it tell you? Yeah,
Like
what does it
salt
tell you?
content, rich in salt content.
Okay, rich in salt content. What else again? What else again? When the place is white, okay. Okay, it's also like, which means that there's high sand. There's high sand there, okay. High sand or okay, or carbonate, okay. All right. So when we have the word, so I didn't indicate it here. So when it is, let's say white, okay, white. If it's white, okay, white like that, what it means that high sand or carbonate. Okay, carbonate. Okay, so that's high sand or carbonate. Let me reduce the size here a little bit. Okay, high sand or carbonate. Okay, high sand or carbonate. Okay, or which means that the nutrient is what is leached. So or leached nutrient. Okay, leached. Okay, nutrient has been pushed deep down into the soil. So leached nutrient. Okay, all right, good. Okay, good. And then I hope I told you this on motile. Motile is whereby you had different color patches. Okay, 2 or more color patches. Okay, that's motiling. Okay, 2 or more different color patches. Motiling, like what does it indicate? Okay, mostly indicates what? Yes. So when we have different color patches, what does it indicate? Okay, what does it indicate? Okay, sometimes it indicates that that's fluctuating water levels. Okay, which means that okay the water level indicates fluctuating water levels. Okay, which means that today the water can stay there, the following time is dry and stuff like that. So we can have different water patches. Okay, that's and when we have different color patches, and the different color patches of soil is described as what? Mottling. Okay, so with the differences in water concentration, to cause even the mineral composition to be altered. Okay, when water is there, mineral composition is altered. When water is not there, mineral composition is altered, and that actually creates the water patches. Okay, all right, great. Now, so we talked about the factors. So the parent material where the soil is coming from. Okay, we can also talk about the soil moisture. Okay, when it comes to the soil moisture can also influence the way. As we just said, that for instance, in gray, when the soil is gray, we know that the place is what? It's waterlogged. Okay, and then it lacks what? Oxygen. Okay, all right. So which means that the nature of the moisture there can influence what? Can influence the soil color. Okay, the nature of the moisture can, if the place is waterlogged area, Okay, we can tell by just looking at the word color. Okay, for instance, if the place is waterlogged, sometimes we can get some sort of what yellowish or yellowish brown, if you remember. Sometimes if the place, like sometimes fully waterlogged, like if we can see gray color, okay, like that. So places with what like waterlogged areas, like the waterlogged waterlogged areas, okay. So the amount of moisture waterlogged area, we can have what we can have some sort of what yellowish, okay, brown or yellow, or we can even, so that's yellow, okay, or even brown, yellow, or some sort of what, some sort of a gray, okay, gray. All these ones are waterlogged areas. So the amount of moisture in there can also influence the color, okay. And then we can talk of mixture of organic matter. You remember organic matter like this, we can say that when it is high content in organic matter is what is black, okay, or dark what, dark brown, okay. That's when the organic matter content of the soil is high. We have what we have the soil being what, being black or dark brown, okay. And then we can also talk about a mixture of what, organic and then maybe iron oxide, okay. We say that for instance, if you look at what we talked about here, we say that if it is rich in iron oxide, that's a hematite, like that, it is red and what, orange, that means that the soil is what, well drained, well aerated, healthy soil, okay. If it becomes what, yellow or something like that, it means it has what, hydrated ions. Hydrated ion means that that's a soil, that's the ion that water is attached to it. Like when you say hydrated, it's something like this. Let's take it this way, that like something like this. If I give you this F4 like this, maybe dots, maybe H2 water, something like this is hydrated, okay. That's hydrated. I think we saw it in the last lecture, okay. Great. So the color,
So the F.
I just used it to illustrate something. I was not actually going to too much detail of it, okay. So we
Oh,
can get
okay.
to what you can get parent material, the soil moisture, organic matter, okay, and then we can get mixture of organic matter and then iron oxide, and sometimes the wetting and drying conditions, okay. For instance, whereby we get alternate wetting, and that fluctuation of wetting and drying condition can cause the what, remember, can cause the mottling. That's why we have the weather patches, okay, different color patches, two or more color patches, okay. And when we have the two or more color patches, we describe the soybean what, that's the soybean mottling. So we describe the mottling nature of the soil, okay. All right, great. Now, so what does the soil color tell us? The soil color tells us about what? Okay, what is the soil color telling us? Okay, so the soil color can be indication of what? Of the nutrient content, nutrient composition. Okay, right. For instance, we say that when we all know that when the soil is dark, it means that, okay, so when the soil is what is dark, okay, is dark, okay, so it means that there is what, there is high nutrient what, high organic matter content, high organic matter content. Okay, all right, good. And we can also say that we say that when the word, when it is white, it could also mean that the nutrient content is what, is leached. Okay, all right. When it is, let's say, when it is what, it is when it is white or pale, okay, so it means what, it means the nutrient right, the nutrient what, the nutrient, sometimes the nutrients or the minerals or the nutrients, okay, nutrients, okay, the nutrients, okay, the nutrients is much what, is much leached, leached. Okay, all right. So it can what? It can indicate that the nutrient is what? Is much what? Leached. Okay, all right, great. And then we have the word. We have the organic matter content. I've talked about it. Okay. Okay, the organic matter content. Okay, so you can the color can indicate the composition of the nutrients, can indicate the composition of what? Organic matter, as the dark soil indicates high content of organic matter. It can also tell us about the drainage system. Remember, when the soil is what? When the soil is orange, okay, the soil is orange like this, orange or red. Okay, what it means here is that okay, it's a healthy soil. Okay, it's a healthy soil, well drained. Okay, well drained. Okay, so like this one, when the soil is well drained like that, okay, so you can see that well drained, drained soil, okay, is what tend to be what? That soil tends to be red or orange. Okay, all right, that soil tends to be red on what? Or orange. Okay, and another thing can also indicate, so soil color can indicate nutrient composition, nutrient composition, nutrient composition. Okay, it can indicate nutrient composition. It can also indicate what organic matter content, can indicate the nature of drainage. Okay, so that's the drainage nature of the soil. Okay, all right. And then it can even guide the uses of the soil, how we are going to use the soil. Okay, the soil usage. All right. Okay, so for instance, if I'm going to set up gardening, if I'm going for gardening, of course, if I'm going to grow vegetables, all right, you go for dark soil. You actually go for soil that looks like this color here. This is the type of soil you are going for. All right, you are going for this type of soil. Okay, if you are filling, let's take it this way, that you are into construction and you are filling what? Construction site. I don't think if I'm filling construction site, you go for the black soil. You go for soil with high organic matter content. You go for red one like this one. This is the type of soil. Okay, you go for the red one like that, this type of soil. Okay, all right. Let's say you are filling a place, you are doing construction work, you are filling the foundation. You won't go for this. You can go for the dark one. You go for the red ones like this one. Okay. So the color of the soil can determine its usage. Okay, can guide its usage. So one can give an indication of the nutrient composition of the soil, can give composition about the organic matter content, the drainage nature, because we know that when the soil is well drained, okay, we are going to get what? Red or orange. When it is poorly drained with what? With, let's say, something like the hydrated ions, okay, poor drained, okay, which means that there's waterlogged area, all right, we can get something like yellow or yellowish brown, okay, or we can get even gray color, okay, indicating what either the nutrient is well leached, okay, or there is what the place is what? Waterlogged. All right, good. So the soil color, and it can also guide its usage. As I said, if I'm constructing a building in the foundation, you need to compact the you need to fill the foundation. You're not going to use what? You're not going to use the black soil here. No, you pick soil of this nature. Okay, these two here, this one to fill your foundation, not the black one with high organic matter content. Okay, great. Now, so there are three ways that we use to describe color. Okay, and then the chart was actually brought forth by what? Monsell. Okay, so there's something we call Monsell color chart. It's very simple. And what is this Monsell color chart about? So what it does is that it's actually describes the soil color in three ways. Okay, that's the chart we use to express that we have the hue, we have the value, and we have the chroma. Okay, so the hue actually talks about the dominant spectral color. So which colors are there that are dominant? Okay, like what are the dominant color? So the hue here, those with the dominant spectral color, is the color black? Is it red? Is it yellow? Is it orange? Okay, like that. Okay, good. So the hue deals with the dominant black. Okay, all right. Okay, the dominant spectral color. That's what the hue describes. And then the value, what the value does, the value actually indicates the intensity of the color. You see, you can get red, though, but you can get even this black. If you come here like that, you see, you can see that the black, this one looks a little bit maybe grayish black, okay, but you can see that the darkness, okay, some are darker than others, okay, they are all shell, but you can see even this one, if you look at this one here, okay, you can see that the darkness of the shell, they are not the same. All right, so when you identify the color of the shell, what is its what is the intensity of the color? You see, while some will be deep black, others will be maybe light black, okay, others will be black, but it's not so dark like the dark, even just like even maybe human hair. You see, all of us, we know that we have black hair, but if you look at somebody's hair color, you can see there's black, but there's reddish at the top. Okay, others too is not that black, others slightly brownish and stuff like that. So yeah, so when we get the black, what is the intensity of the black? Is it very deep black? The intensity of the black, okay, so the intensity deals with the value. So the hue deals with the dominant. What are the dominant colors there? Okay, good. That's the hue. And then the value deals with the word, the intensity of the color. Okay, what does it, how intense is the color? Okay, and then we have the word, the chroma. Chroma deals with the purity of the color. Is it pure red? Is it pure, or maybe red with something? Is it Muslim with something? Okay, so what is the purity of the color? Okay, so let's see something here. All right, so we have something like this. So let's take a value here. So 10 YRS over 4. Okay, what does it mean? So what it means here is that the hue value is what? Is 10. So the hue value, the hue value of 10 YR is indicating what? That's a yellow, what? Red. Okay, so it's just telling us that how the word, the value, like in terms of the word, the dominant colors. Okay, so the dominant color is telling us that some sort of what? Yellow, red here. Okay, and then what is the 5 telling us? So the 5 is telling us that the value in terms of the intensities, okay, the intensity of the color, okay, is like it's what? It's 5. Okay, so that's the value in terms of the value here is what? Is 5. And what is the 4? The 4 indicate the what? The purity, how pure it is. Okay, so please let's do quick over. Hue talks about dominant colors, okay, the dominant spectra, the dominant colors present. The value talks about the intensity of the color, and then the chroma talks about the purity of the color, how pure it is. Okay, all right. So let's take it one more time. Hue deals with what? The dominant color. The value deals with intensity, and then the chroma
Intensity of color.
deals with what? Deals with the purity. Okay, so here, if I give 10 YR, that's the yellowish red, right? Good. And then what is this 5 indicating? The 5 is indicating the value, meaning that's the word, the intensity of the color. And then what is the purity? The purity is the chroma. Okay, so hue, dominance, value, intensity, and chroma deals with what? Color purity. And the one that it was named after this man, that's the Monsell. Okay, he came out with a color chart, okay, for expressing the what? The soil color. Hue, value, chroma. Hue, color spectra, the dominant, value deals with the intensity, and chroma deals with what? Purity. Okay, great. All right. So significance of what? The significance of the soil color. We've talked about some earlier on, but the quick one is that, so for instance, it is an indication of the organic matter content of the soil. Okay, as we all know, the dark or dark brown indicate high organic matter content, and that means that the fertility is high. Okay, and then the mineral composition. Okay, it also tells us about the mineral composition. We know of what it
Today's network party. Hey,
You sure you not share it today, pa?
The network is doing shakara.
If somebody is near the network, just give it a slap and let's see how it will behave.
I hope you are so much closer.
This course itself doesn't understand why their friend happened, don't finish it today. So don't give up, don't finish it.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hi,
Hello.
Hey,
yeah, here.
hey, where did you miss me? Did, did I finish this
Oh,
one with you? Because I realized that I could not hear anything. Did I finish this one?
no, you didn't.
Hello.
Please, you didn't finish with the significance. Yes.
This one. Do you know
Who
what? I
said?
have spoken for like 5 or 6 minutes, and I realized I could not hear anything.
Yeah, we lost you long
When
time
I
ago.
checked, then
Oh, sorry.
so hey, that what's
So
happening?
you were on the measurement of soil color. I think you were explaining the last point,
Yes.
and then the screen went off.
I was speaking like 10 minutes. Hey.
We heard nothing, no.
All right. Okay. You
Wow.
go ahead.
This particular one that doesn't want you to kill it today.
Charlie. The network has been terrible. I don't know why.
You must finish it.
Because I can see some people are not even consistent on the network. Like it has been bad today. I don't know. Okay. All right. So let's see. Oh, I want to really finish this today. Okay. So let's see. So did I finished the color? I finished all this one, right? Hello.
Yeah. So you finished this one.
Yes, you finished with this one.
So
The significance.
Okay, good. So we talked about the word that it indicates the word, the soil organic matter, okay, content, and then as we said earlier on, the dark or brown indicates high organic matter content, okay, and then from there we also talked about it also indicates the word the mineral composition. For instance, if the soil is reddish, it tells us that it has what high iron content, and if it has what hydrated iron, it is yellowish. Okay, that's hydrated ions. Okay, hydrated iron oxide. Okay, so the reddish means that it has it has iron oxide, and then the yellowish is hydrated iron oxides. Okay, and then that suggests as we talked about this, and then the light one indicates high. If it is light in color, indicates that there is high amount of sand or low organic matter content. Okay, so color can indicate the word. There's the indicate can give indication of the soil composition in terms of the mineral composition as well as the word the organic matter content. That's more or less the solid composition of the soil. It can also give us indication about the nature of the drainage. Okay, so as we said earlier on, you see when you have the red is what well drained soil. The red or the orange well drained soil, good indicator of what drainage and what aeration. And when we have the gray or the bluish type of soil, it's indicating that there is that's waterlogged, which means that the drainage is is poor. There's poor drainage there. And remember, even when we have the gray color, it means that the gray color means that the oxygen content of the soil, okay, the oxygen content of the soil, okay, the oxygen content of the soil is very, very, very low. Okay, so when we have the gray, what it means here is that the oxygen content of the soil is also It's also low. Okay, it also indicates that the oxygen content is is low. That's indicate aerobic condition. All right, it also indicates aerobic condition. Okay, so so the soil color can give indication apart from the soil composition. It can also give indication of the nature of the drainage and then the aeration. Okay, and then it can also tell us about the soil fertility. All right, so for instance, if the soil is dark, we know that there is high nutrient holding capacity or high fertility. And if it is light or white or pale, we know that the nutrient is low, or even there is nutrient there, the nutrient is highly leached. Okay, the nutrient is highly leached. All right, good. So From there, then I continue this way. So for instance, it can also indicate the word that retention. We know that gray soil, okay, is found in what? Waterlogged areas. So when I know that the soil is gray, that's waterlogged area which has what? Which has low oxygen content, okay, so that it is more or less anaerobic condition, okay. So when the moment I see gray soil, it means that it's an indication that there is what? This place is what? It's a waterlogged area, okay. And if I see light one, you know that the water doesn't stay in the water. Why? The water actually drains quickly through it, okay. And then when you come to the word, we can also use it to indicate, okay, land use, okay. We can also use the soil color to indicate land use, as I said earlier on. For instance, if you are going to build a house, okay, you are not going to use you are not going to use dark soil to fill the foundation. No, you will definitely use the red one. Okay, good, because the dark one has high organic matter content, and that is what. No, you just want the one with which is going to be very compact, okay, for the foundation. Okay, so the color of the soil can also help us to assess the potential land use, okay, what we can use the land for. Okay, so if I'm going to use it for vegetable farm, I will go for black soil. If I'm going to do some sort of landscaping, I will go for black soil. If I'm engineer determined for some sort of a foundation, I will go for black soil. Okay, so the land use, the potential land use, okay, we can do that based on the what? We can do that assessment based on the color of the soil. Then I went on to say that we can also, it can give some sort of environmental or geological insights, okay? So for instance, if the soil is red, okay, red soil like that, you know that red soil means that that's a ion oxidation, okay? And that particular type of soil, red soil like that, they are very common in our part of the world, okay? So dry, tropical, or subtropical areas. So you can see that in our part of the world here, our soil is reddish, okay, reddish in color. So that is an indication of what? High iron oxide content, okay, and then they are typically of dry, tropical, and what? And subtropical climate. And then if you get gray soil indicates what? That there is water saturation, indicates wetland. Okay, so if they ask you which of the following type of soil is found in where? It's found in wetland. And then they give you the various color. Of course, gray soil is not something you have to miss at all. And then we have the whitish or the pale soil. Okay, so when the soil is white, when the soil is whitish or pale, what does it indicate? What it indicates here is that if there is nutrient, then the nutrient is leached. Okay, there is poor organic matter content in there. Okay, and then there is what? There is either there is high amounts of what? Carbonate. Okay, calcium carbonate in particular. Calcium carbonate is what? That's limestone. Okay, or silica. The silica is a sand. Okay, so whitish or pale soil color, okay, may indicate the presence of what? Salts like what? Calcium carbonate or silica. Okay, that's a sand. Okay, in what? In dry what? Environment. Okay, and then I talked about the muslin. You know, anytime we talk of the muslin, that's whereby we have two or more different what? Color patches. And that one is an indication of what? Of the alternation of what? Of wet and what? And dry conditions. So the soil dries up during the rainy season. It is filled, it becomes saturated with water, and then dry season it dries out. So this sort of alternate dryness and the and wetness actually creates the different color patches, which we describe as what? Muslin. Okay, soil muslin. Okay, great. So then we have what? Soil consistency. Okay, so when you talk of the soil consistency deals with the word. Okay, all right, but before that, okay, now when you say adhesion, what does it mean? When you say adhesion, what is it? When you say adhesion, when you say adhesion, like these two words, okay, that we've used here, adhesion, okay, and word, and cohesion. What are they? Okay, all right, these are common words, okay, when we are treating force. Okay, when you say adhesion, what does it mean, please? When you say adhesion, what does it mean?
Say how well they bond to each other, or
okay, but when you say adhesion is a force, what is the force? When
yes.
you say adhesion, what does it mean? Adhesion is a force. What is it? What type of force is it? What is it?
So say for adhesion is the attraction between two different molecules.
The attraction between two different
molecules.
Yes.
Okay, good. So adhesion is like, so let's take it this way, that the old school definition we give is like water molecules of water and glass.
Yes.
Okay, like that. So let's take it this way there. So that is a force of attraction. Force of attraction. Okay. All right, between two different molecules. Okay, all right, good. So that is a adhesion. Okay, so let's say water in a glass like that. The force that way exists between them. That is adhesion. And cohesion is just opposite of that. So a force of attraction. Okay, attraction between
two identical molecules.
Molecules of the same kind, molecules of the same kind. Okay, all right, great. So now let's say water molecule, let's say water molecule, okay, dash water molecule, okay, like that. So like that. So this is, so what is here? So what is between this and this is adhesion. What is here is cohesion. Okay, good. Now, when you say something is consistent, like when you say something is consistent, what does it mean? Consistent. Okay, let's say consistent. When you say, oh, this is consistent, what does it mean? I want to know. When you say something is consistent, what does it mean? When you say something is consistent, what does it mean? I don't understand. Okay, my ladies, are you there? Please, my ladies, I'm here. Please come home. Okay, I'm here for you. Yes. When you say something is consistent, what does it mean?
Like
Emilia, when you say something is
Regular or
like there is uniformity.
regular or recurring.
Regular. Okay, so Abdul said regular. Okay, there's one person whose hand is up. Unfortunately, because I attended, so let's see. Okay, Zudin, I can see your hand is up. Please, can you let me hear from you? Okay, so when you say consistent, someone is saying regular. Let me write it. Okay, which other word again? Why the word regular? When you say regular, what does it mean? When you say regular, what does it mean?
Recurring.
Recurring. Okay, recurring. Okay, all right, good. What else again? Which other word again? Recurring. Okay. Yeah. What else again? Anything more? When you say this is consistent, oh, his behavior is consistent. Okay, he is consistent. What does it mean? When you say it's consistent,
Something which doesn't change.
It doesn't change. Okay, so it doesn't change. Doesn't change. Okay, good. What else again? Anything more?
Can you also use frequent?
It's what?
Repetition. Can you also use frequent?
Repetition. Okay, repetition. Okay, let's see. Okay, what else again? So you were saying something, please. Come again. Frequent. Okay, frequent. Okay, frequent. Okay, frequent. Okay, what else again? It's what? Perpetual. Okay, all right, good. Okay, perpetual. Perpetual. Okay, that's great. Okay, great. So more or less, we have rough idea of what something is consistent. Like, this particular color I'm seeing is consistent. This is the consistent color. It appears frequently. It is regular. It doesn't really change. Okay. It's more or less stable. Okay, like this one. Okay, something of this nature. This is more or less the synonym we can get. Okay, good. Now let's take it in the context of cell.
Uniform.
Uniform. Okay, good. Now in the context of cell, what it means is that it actually describes the degree of adhesion and cohesion between soil particles and how the soil interact, okay, or react to mechanical stress. Okay, so do you change? Okay, no, they are even in nature, our day-to-day life. Okay, some people, when you subject them to slight stress, okay, you see them, they just give up. They can't withstand stress. They don't like stress. Somebody will tell you that okay, just what was it yesterday? The student reported, and then I was just talking to one student, okay, that I know them very well in Takrady. And they were telling that, oh, one of her mates, okay, stopped school. Why? He said that the excess stress was too much. And I was shocked. Did you see that excess stress is too much? And so you stop the school. So he stopped the school. He was in boarding house. He stopped it and went to another place, saying that because the excess stress is too much. Okay, so this is situation that like how could this tiny little bit of stress, okay, then when he comes to UCC there, he ran away there the very day. He will just put his trunk and then the suitcase in the room, and then after the first lecture he ran away. Okay, so he says that so that is even for human beings. So when it comes to the cell, so the cell talks about the degree of cohesion and adhesion. So remember the adhesion and cohesion. When you talk of the cohesion, you're talking about what is between molecules of the force holding the molecules of the same kind together. And when you talk of the adhesion, adhesion is the force holding particles of different kind together. And when you come to the cell, the two all tend to play. You understand that we can get some organic matter interacting with the organic matter interacting with the soil mineral particles. You understand that? If it is just organic matter, you are talking about cohesion. If it is the soil particles together, that's cohesion. But let's take it the soil particle with organic matter, that is what? That is adhesion. All right. So refer to the degree of the cohesion of adhesion between the soil particles. Okay. And it tells us how the soil interacts, okay, or how it responds to mechanical stress such as compression. When you press it so hard, does it just become weak and fail? Okay, all right. So we are talking about what compression, manipulation, and then sharing. Okay, so we are talking about the degree of how sort of the more like the degree of the compactness, the bindingness, okay, and how it responds to mechanical stress. You understand that? Okay, good. So you can see from my picture here, we have things like what? So we have things like loose, we have the friable, we have the firm, and we have extremely firm. Okay, and it is even pretty much, if you take the analogy of it for even human beings, okay, it is pretty much the same there. Okay, whereby that there are some people under slight, okay, all right, the slight stress, they are going to what? They are going to deform. Others who are very resistant to deformation, you can press them center, left, and right. They are very firm. They are very strong. They keep moving as if nothing has happened. Okay, all right, good. So some are very resistant to deformation. Okay, all right, and some to just rupture. I mean, just slight amount of stress. Even children at home, some of them can tolerate hunger, others can't. Others slight stuff, they will crumble. You see the face, and when a visitor comes home, everybody will know that, yeah, this case, they've not eaten for 100 days. The face and the look on their face, you can say that, okay, their consistency is low. Okay, and you can get some people, like even some men can see that their consistency is low. Okay, all right. When they come home, there's no food. Nah, you can see from their face. Tiny stress, they can't cook, they run away. But our ladies, their age, their resistance to deformation, you know, they stand firm. Okay, all right, good. So when you are doing the checking, what you do is that you mix it with what? Slight amount of water. Okay, so you mix it with slight amounts of water. Okay, and then we mix it with water and then you use it to determine it. Okay, so you can see that if it's loose like that, nobody will tell you that this is more of what? This is more of sand. Okay, there's high sand content here. Okay, we look at that, the friable one. So there are various what ways we use to describe the word, even to describe the consistency of the shell. Okay, all right. So let's see the various type of consistency before we come to the okay. So the various type of consistency, we can do some sort of dry shell consistency. Okay, for dry soil consistency, we can get loose. Okay, in the loose one, that one you know that the particles they don't even stick together at all. And then clearly you are talking about what? The sandy shell. Okay, and then we can get a soft. Okay, the soft one. Okay, the soft one, this one can crash under slight pressure. Okay, so just like certain human beings, okay, slight pressure they will crash. Okay, so when you are doing the consistency, we can do the consistency under wet condition or under dry condition. Okay, like moist condition or dry condition. For dry condition, we can get the loose, we can get a soft. Soft means that they will crash. You can get a hard. The hard, they are very resistant under moderate pressure. And then we have very hard people. They are very, very hard, just like soil. Very hard soil. It means that one, unless you have to take hammer and before, okay, all right, they are not easy to be crushed, even under high pressure. Okay, those ones are very, very hard. So that's a dry consistency. Okay, or dry consistency. Then we can get a wet one. So the wet ones are the friable one. Okay, this soil that they crumple easily under slight pressure. If you look at my picture here, okay, if you look at my picture here, all right, you can see this one. Okay, when you press it, okay, that's a friable one. Okay, once you press it, you can see that they just crash. So this one, so the loose one here, loose is under dry, and friable is under what? Under wet condition. Okay, all right, good. And then we can also talk about the word still under the wet. You can get a firm. Okay, so this one it won't crumble. Okay, it won't crumble. All right, so it will not crumble easily, but can be what? It can be broken with what? With moderate pressure. Okay, so under wet condition with moderate pressure, that one they are going to break down. And then we have the very firm. Okay, so very firm. This one requires what? Strong pressure to break apart. Okay, so when you come to dry, we can get loose, soft, hard, very hard. When we come to the moist, okay, stuff, we can get what? We can get, that's a friable. We can get firm, okay? Firm is will crumble under what? Under moderate condition, like a moderate pressure. That's what it's going to break down. Like, but it doesn't really crumble easily. It doesn't crumble easily. And then the very firm means that no, that can withstand what? Very high pressure. It takes very, very strong, very high one before they can break apart. Okay, all right, good. So, and then we have the wet soil consistent. Wet soil consistent means that you see this one is not just moist. Wet soil means that you have soaked the soil. You soak the soil with what? With water. Okay, and when you soak the soil with water, we can get what? We can get a sticky one. Okay, this soil can adhere to your finger. Okay, the sticky one. All right, and then soil that you can mold into different shapes. Okay, and then without breaking apart. and then we can get the non-sticky. Okay, we have the non-sticky or non-plastic. Okay, all right, good. So let's take it this way. Let's take it this way. Let's say under dry soil. Okay, so let me just go here and let's see. Let me ask you this one. So under dry condition, how will you describe sandy soil? Okay, under dry, how will you describe sandy soil? Under moist, how would you describe sandy soil? Under moist and under wet, how will you describe under dry? How would you describe the consistency? Soil consistency. Okay, yes, please, I'm listening. Okay, how will you describe sandy soil under dry condition in terms of consistency? How will you describe it?
It is loose.
You describe it loose. Well done. Loose. Okay, loose. Okay, loose. All right. Under moist condition, how would you describe it?
It will be friable.
Friable. Good, good. Well done, well done. Hey, my ladies, are you there? Hey, please, me, I don't like it like that. Hey, my ladies, please, please. Where are my ladies? Oh, my ladies, please, oh, please. Angie and Co. Abena, hey, babe, please. I don't want the men to hijack here. They will make noise for me here, please. I'm begging you. If please. And then the last one, when it is wet, what sort of term are we likely to use it to describe it?
Sticky.
Yes.
Sticky.
The word
Non-sticky. Non-sticky.
Non-sticky. Okay. So okay, good. Non-plastic, non-plastic, or non-sticky. Okay. So you see, so depending on the type of word, the type of consistency that you are actually carrying out. Okay. When it is dry, we are expecting loose. When it is moist, we are expecting friable. And when it is wet, we are actually describing the word non-sticky or non-plastic. Okay, all right. Well done, well done, well done. Okay, that's great. Now, why do we need the word? Why do we need to know about this consistency at all? Why? What is the point? Okay, what is the point? What is the point? Okay, okay. Before that, okay, all right. Let's see the importance, and then okay, all right. What is the importance of knowing about the word? About the soil consistency or consistency. What is the significance of that? Yes. Okay. What is the significance of that? Okay. So you can see from my screen that, I mean, it's helped the soil tillage. If I know that the soil is friable, it is easy for machine to dig, because friable soil means that the sand, the sandy content is a little bit high. Okay. All right. So it is like some sort of loamy type. Okay. Like that. Okay. Good. Okay. Good. And then so we have the friable, easy to tilt. Okay. Okay. That's so tillage. Okay. So easy to perform the tillage on it. Okay. So doing the tilling is easy for the machinery to dig, the plow machine to work through. Also good for what? Plant growth. Okay. The friable is not too hard, like that. Okay. And then okay, like that. Okay, so it's not too compact. Okay, then there is some amount of what aeration in there. Okay, so you see that the friable, like that, the loamy soil will also fall under the friable. Okay, in this context. Okay, the loamy soil will fall under the friable. And if it is sticky or hard, okay, sticky or hard, like that, you are talking about what? We are talking about, clearly we are talking about what? Clay soil. And then clay soil, you see, it is very difficult for plant to permeate, okay, into it with its roots. Okay. And then we can talk of what? Let's say even water movement, and then the water retention. Of course, if we talk of the water movement or water retention, if you have the loose soil, okay, the loose soil or the friable soil, you can see that water movement through it is a little bit higher. Okay, all right. While the plastic or the sticky, which is the clay soil, all right, will have what? High water retention capability. Okay, all right. And then also it also helps us to know about the soil stability. Okay, of course, if you are going to build a house, okay, and you need the soil you are going to use. You want the soil that is firm. Okay, all right. And that's what we do when you are even building a house, a foundation. You tend to fill the foundation with some sort of what? Firm, sort of the soil type that is firm. Okay. And even if it's not, you even sometimes they will use the compact machine to even compact it to make it very, very firm. Okay. So you want the soil that is firm, less prone to what? Erosion. Okay. All right, good. So you can see that firm soil is less prone to erosion as compared to loose or friable. So when you have a place and then the soil is what? Its soil is friable, okay, friable or loose soil, they are what? They are prone to what? Erosion as compared to firm. The firm one there is not what? It's not easy to be what? Eroded. Okay. And just like I said earlier on, construction and engineering. Okay, so if you are going to use foundation soil, you want the firm soil, not friable like the loamy soil or the loose soil like what? Like the sandy soil. Okay, all right, great. So okay, so let's see. Okay, let's see that if I do this thing too, I have questions. So I have questions that I set for you, but if I do anything which is on different computer, okay, but do you know what? Okay, so let me. Okay, what is left is the chemical. Wait, I mean we can finish this one. Okay, should we kill it? Hello, my people.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes.
Let's
I
kill
know
it.
Yes,
you've
sir.
been you've been here for quite some time, and okay, this one, okay, okay. So let's kill it. Let's kill it so that we'll have ample time to set more power questions for you. Okay. So the next thing that I'm talking about is the chemical properties of soil. Okay, so the physical properties we talked about we talked about the soil color, the soil consistency, we talked about the
Soil structure.
porosity, soil structure, soil texture. Okay, all those things are those are the physical properties of of soil. And we're going to talk about the chemical properties of soil. Okay, most of the things that we talked about, you guys are familiar with it. Trust me. Okay, so let's talk about the pH of soil. Okay, pH is very easy stuff. Okay, when you talk of the pH, okay, so pH describes about the word that's the acidity or the alkalinity of soil. Okay, of soil. Okay, so anytime we talk of the pH of something, okay, it deals with the word whether it is basic, or it is what it is acidic. Okay, okay, so anytime we talk about the pH of soil, we're talking about the word the basicity, okay, or the acidity of the soil. And anytime you are talking about the acidity, we talk of what? We talk of the hydrogen ion word concentration. Okay, hydrogen ion word concentration. All right, that's what we use it to measure the pH. Okay, pH. Okay, please, the P is small and the H is capital. All right, and this hydrogen ion concentration, we know that when it is what? When the pH is what? Is equal to what? 7. That is what? That is a neutral. Okay, or that's a salty. Okay, all right. And if it is water, something like that, we can talk of what? Okay, moisture, we can talk of salinity. Okay, or saline. Okay, saline here. Okay, that's a saline that deals with what? So the pH here is what? It's neutral. That's salty environment or salty condition. And when we have the pH word, pH less than 7. Okay, that is what? That is acidity. Okay, and then when we have the word, when we have the pH word greater than 7, pH greater than 7, that is what? That is a basicity. Okay, or alkalinity, alkaline. Okay, alkalinity. That's a pH word greater than 7. Okay, all right, good. So this is what we describe. And then so this acidity is very, 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 very important. Okay, the acidity of the soil, okay, is quite important because it's been influenced by physical, chemical, and biological processes, okay, in the soil. Okay, and the acidity actually impacts even the plant growth as well as what crop productivity. Okay, all right, good. So let's see something here. All right, let's see the factors that are influencing what. So, okay, let's see the
Sir, please,
factors that are.
sir, please, I have a concern.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So please, per what we are discussing now, do you have any instrument to measure the pH of a soil? And if yes, what is
Yes,
the
we
name of that
can.
instrument?
Okay, so we call it pH meter. We call it pH meter. We call it pH meter. Okay, pH what meter? pH meter. So it is like what we
Again.
maybe some solution onto the soil sample and then they lighted those litmus solution. Okay, yeah, those litmus solution onto the color chart, and then the color that will display it, then you can read it on the indicate like the color chart, then to show you whether it is alkaline, whether it is base or it is neutral. Okay, so the color chart you can match it into a specific pH. Okay, but modern day ones we use the probe, the pH meter. Okay, just take the soil sample and then you dip the probe into it and then it will read it directly for you. Okay, all right, good. So
Okay.
yeah, we use
So is
the
it the same
pH.
as the pH scale?
Yes, it's like pH scale, but we call it pH meter. Okay, most of the times those people who are, it's the same as pH scale. You are when you talk of the pH scale, we are actually referring to the scale refers to the 1 to 14. That 1 to 14. Have you seen it? That
Okay.
1 to 14 number. Okay, that is the scale. That from 1 to 14. That one is the pH scale. Okay, with a 7. Okay, with a 7. With a 7. 7 being the word. With a 7 being the neutral. That one is the pH scale. But pH meter is will have the scale on it. Okay. pH meter will have the word, the scale on it. Okay. All right. Good. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Now let's see some of the factors that tend to influence what. Yes, please. Any question for me? Yes, please.
Yeah, please. We know that we have weak acid and strong acid. So in the soil
Yes.
too, can they be the soil like the weak acid and the strong acid in the soil?
Yes, of course, of course. There could be weak acid and strong acid in the soil. Okay, if the soil has a high, for instance, if the soil has a high sulfate like that, okay, for like this, all right, they are likely to have what? They are likely to have they're likely to have high acidic content. Yes, so we do also have it in the soil. Okay, we do have it in the soil. All right. If the soil has, you leave the organic matter content aside, then we have more of the organic acids. Okay, maybe they are decomposing. You see that one, we are likely to have something like carbonic acid. Okay, like carbonic acid, organic acid, they are weak acids. Organic acid, like let's say H2, okay, H2CO3, like this one. This is the carbonic acid. Carbonic acid. All right. Remember the carbonic acid, that is what they cause this thing. They are involved in what? When you come to the chemical weathering, if you still remember. The chemical weathering, remember the carbonic acid, okay, All right, the carbonic acid plays significant role in what? In chemical weathering. Okay, so we can also have strong acid. This one, all the organic acid, they are weak acids. Okay, all the organic acids are not stronger. So this is carbonic acid. Okay, but when you have soil that has maybe high concentration of sulfate, okay, because we are likely to get what? Sulfuric acid, H2SO4. The H2SO4 is what? It's a strong acid. While carbonic acid is what? It's a weak acid. Okay, all right, great. So what are the factors that influence the way? The soil, the pH of the soil? Okay, so the factors that tend to influence the pH of the soil, we can talk of what? We can talk of the parent material. So the parent materials that the soil is coming from, okay, would also influence the pH of the soil. Okay, so the parent materials is particularly important. Okay, they can influence the what? The pH of the soil. Okay, the pH of the soil can be influenced by the what? The parent material, the initial parent material in its pH. Okay, can influence the, if that one is very basic, like if it is something like the if you have the leached soil like this one, the climate here, okay, like that. Most of the time, if you take those leached soil like this, you see that the leached soil, most of the nutrients, okay, in it, okay, most of the nutrients in it, okay, the potassium, the potassium, calcium, and stuff like the basic part, they've all been leached. The rainwater will push it down into the soil. And so when it pushes it down into the soil, it's what? It causes the soil to become acidic. Okay, so in our parts of the world, in tropical parts of the world, most of our soil, most of the soils that we have here, they are acidic because there's high rainfall here. Okay, there's high rainfall, and anytime high rainfall and stuff like that causes the nutrients like those are basic cations like calcium, magnesium, potassium. Okay, so potassium and coal. Okay, the high rainfall causes them to be leached. Okay, and so in tropical world, okay, the tropical world like ours, okay, where there is high rainfall, okay, and such like that. If you look at our soil content, that's why we say that tropical rainfall in the soil is what is poor in nutrients. Okay, because of the high rainfall, okay, it actually causes the nutrient to leach, and then specifically the what? Those are basic cations. Okay, they leach what? Deep into the what? Into the soil beyond the reach of plant roots. Okay, so apart from the parent materials, okay, so the pH of the parent materials can influence it, okay, as well as the what? The climate. The climate can influence if there's high rainfall, okay, like that. The alkaline what cations like the potassium ions, the magnesium ions, the calcium ions, they will be leached. So when they leach, remember that it is the base is the base that will make that will neutralize the acid. So if the base component is leached, it means that it will make the soil become very acidic. Okay, so if the base component is leached, that will make the soil component very acidic. Okay, all right, great. And then we can also talk about the organic matter there. Okay, if you have a lot of organic matter in the soil, of course, once you have more organic matter decaying, okay, they are releasing the organic acid into the soil. So soil rich in organic matter, okay, content also has is quite acidic. Okay, soil rich in organic matter content because as they are decaying, they will release the organic acids, okay, into the soil. Okay, so as they decay, organic acid will be released into the soil. Okay, so soil rich in organic matter content also has a pH of has pH less than less than 7. Okay, and then fertilizer usage. Okay, so the type of fertilizer you use for the soil can also influence its pH. Okay, if you are using the ammonium based fertilizer and excess nitrogen fertilizers can acidify the soil. okay, can make the soil quite acidic. Okay, all right. So you can get, so if you use this one, the ammonium base like that, this one, okay, like that, or the excess nitrogen fertilizers, okay, when you use too much of them, okay, you can make the soil quite wet, acidic. And sometimes human activities, if you go to mining areas, okay, we've been talking about galamsey in recent times, has dominated our media, okay. So those of you in Asankagwa, Seshi, Takwa, okay, and stuff like that. I mean, you know how these industrial activities are also influencing the soil pH.
Yeah,
Okay, because some of the chemicals, there are
yeah,
some
here.
places that, okay, yeah, they are, you know, they are there plenty. We need to, governments need to stamp, the government need to stamp her feet on those ones, okay, so that it should be able to, because if the time will come, you know, right now it is having influence. So the galamsey is having influence because this introducing this galamsey activities introduce heavy metals, and so a lot of children are now born in mining areas with severe deformities. Okay, sometimes with strange looking eyes, and because these metals, when a woman conceives, and some of these metal ions are in the water, she drinks it and stuff like that. Definitely be washing your bowl, you'll be cooking and stuff like that. So it is a little bit serious issue that we need to address. But the fact that people are making money out of it shouldn't mean that we need to destroy the future of humanity. Do you understand that? We want our women and our children to be healthy, okay, not to be exposed to any residual heavy metals. Okay, all right, good. So all these ones, human activities, okay, industrial activities, mining, irrigation, they can all alter the soil, or they can alter the soil pH. Okay, all right, great. And then okay, so with this, yes, please.
Yeah, with regards to the human activities, I saw irrigation. How does irrigation affect the pH of the soil, please?
Okay, so for instance, if so let's take it this way, that if you listen to what I said earlier on, that if I have let's say waterlogged area, okay, waterlogged area, if I pour a lot of water into it, okay, let's say when you go to rice field, okay, and you in rice field, you know, rice field usually is a waterlogged area. So for waterlogged area like rice field, you realize that if you go there, you can see clearly that the soil will be poor in what? In potassium. Okay, potassium will pour in there because there is frequent splash of what? Of water. Okay, there. And as you keep pouring water like that, you may leach, okay, some of the nutrients, like those are alkaline ions, like the calcium, the potassium, the magnesium. Okay, you are most likely to leach them. Okay, they will go deep into the soil. Okay, and may not be rich. So the irrigation activity, I mean, mild irrigation is fine, but severe one, you know, sometimes when people are irrigating something, they can even, if it is that nice sprinkle one, nice sprinkle one, it doesn't really seem so much like that. Okay, like the nice sprinkle one is spread, you say it will stay on the surface, it will spray on the surface soil, and then eventually the plants will absorb them. But if it is like the type of one, the irrigation one, like the rice one, whereby you flood the land with water throughout, in that case, which means after you cultivate your rice, you can't plant anything serious there, because anything that you are going to plant, remember, is unless you are going to apply maybe NPK fertilizer on the land. Okay, if not, you can't, because once you put those sort of much water on the land, you are going to what? You are going to deplete the alkaline. You are going to deplete those alkaline cations. Okay, like the calcium, the potassium, the sodium, the magnesium ions. Okay, they are going to be leached, and that will make the soil quite acidic. Okay, yes. So the frequency of the irrigation, its intensity can influence the acidity of the soil. Okay, all right, great. So the next thing on my screen here is the what? Is the important, why do I need to know the soil pH? What's the point? Why do I need to know it? Why? Okay, you see, the soil pH will help me, okay, if I know that the soil is what? The soil is having nutrients like nitrogen and then potassium and stuff like that, okay? Okay, so the pH, you see that the pH range, look at that, okay, when there is nutrients there, soil pH range, like correct soil nutrients there, high nitrogen and high phosphorus, you see, that makes the soil a little bit acidic, okay, but potassium and calcium will make it what? Will make it basic. So when there is what? When there is much nutrients in the soil, okay, as you can see, the pH is what? It's acidic to alkaline, like slightly alkaline. Have you seen it? It's slightly alkaline. Okay, when you have this sort of what? When you have the nitrogen, because high nitrogen means that the soil is going to be acidic. Okay, high phosphorus is the same thing, but high potassium here, potassium indicates what? That's the alkaline. So when the nutrients, essential nutrients like potassium and that's the NPK, they are there. Okay, you see that the nutrient, the pH ranges from what? 6.0, like highly acidic to slightly basic. Okay, to slightly basic, because nitrogen is a major nutrient. It's a macronutrient. Okay, nitrogen is a macronutrient, and so when we have the nitrogen there, and phosphorus to macronutrient, potassium the same thing. So when we have them in their right proportion, okay, it is not going to be, okay, it's not going. Remember, 6.0 means what? High pH of 6.0 means what? That's less acidic. For acidity, the lower the value, the more acidic it is. Okay, so here like this, you see, so the higher the value, the lower the acidity. So in terms of pH, when the pH is between what 6 point, that's a less acidic to slightly basic. That's a very soil with what? Quite significant amounts of nutrients. Okay, but when the pH is what? When pH is when soil pH is around, let's say when the soil pH is around. Soil pH is around the word, let's say 2.5 or 3. That's highly acidic. Okay, and when the pH is also around like 9, like 9, 10, like after let's say 10, 11, 12, that one, it means that one here, you can see that the potassium and the calcium content, they are too high there. That's highly basic. Okay, but whereby you have the correct one, the pH should be ranging from what? From slightly acidic to slightly basic. And slightly acidic is like this one. That's a 6. 6 is slightly acidic. Okay, slightly acidic is like 6. Okay, that's a slightly acidic. And this is slightly basic. Okay, you know, neutral is 7.0. So 7.5 is slightly basic. So within this range like that, that's a very good soil. Okay, soil which is rich in what? In NPK. Okay, that's nitrogen, phosphorus, and what? And potassium. Okay, and then what about when the microbial activities is very high? Okay, you see, if the microbial activities, they are going to break the organic matter. Okay, microbial activities are there. Remember, they are microbial activities means that they are taking in oxygen and respiring. Okay, so and then so when they even release the carbon dioxide, they are in the soil. Carbon dioxide will react with water and form the what? And we can generate even carbonic acid out of it. Okay, so when there is what? Anytime we have what? Anytime we have some sort of what? Microbial activities going on, quite significant microbial activities going on. So it will go to from slightly acidic, okay, neutral to slightly acidic. I mean, it will just still be in this range. Okay, when we have some sort of beneficial microbial activities going on, it will still be certainly still within this range. Okay, and then when we have what? Extreme pH level. When the extreme pH level is like when that is highly acidic or highly basic. That's extreme pH. Okay, so when we have the highly acidic or highly basic, that's extreme pH. Okay, so for extreme pH like that, okay, it can hinder the activities of the microbial activities. Because when it is highly acidic, okay, when it is like acidic, we are talking about, let's say, acidic of like 3, let's say from 1 point something to, let's say, 3.5. That's highly acidic. Or alkalinity of, let's say, 11, 10, okay, 11, let's say 12, 13, like that. That is highly alkaline. Okay, and those ones, they tend to hinder microbial activities. Okay, good. And then we have what the soil pH can also tell us about the toxicity level of the soil. Okay, all right. Okay, so you can see here like, hello, please. Hello.
Please, your screen is off. Your screen is off.
Again. Wow. Okay.
No, it's
Yeah.
on. No.
No,
Please
this
check
time
on
around,
your
this time around, I'm rather on.
But I can see it.
Buy
It's
more
on.
data. Buy more data for your listen.
This time around, my screen is on, so check your network. I think
on.
this week the
Yes, it's
network has
on.
been a little bit funny. Okay. Oh,
Yeah, by
sorry
data, you
about.
don't have enough data.
Okay. All right. Okay. So no, we have data. For instance, I have like I have like
I'm talking about the one complaining of not seeing the
Sir, not
screen.
you.
Oh yeah,
Sir, not
but
you.
you said
Yeah, the one
it's
complaining about.
all of us. Oh come on, the men in this class, they are very rich, especially the ladies here. They can buy a lot of data. Okay.
Very, very rich.
Trust my ladies. I
Hey.
trust my ladies. We
Very
we have people like John Cash and Co are all here. Hey, please, so hey, John Cash are here. So the pH of the soil can also tell us about the soil toxicity. Okay, so acidic soil can lead to release of toxic metals like aluminium and manganese. Okay, so when the soil is too acidic, okay, when the soil is too acidic, okay, certain metals like aluminium and manganese can be released, and these one, if they release in high concentrations, they can actually harm the soil. Okay, because you see, these ones, they can actually react with if the soil is too acidic, okay, they can react with these metals and stuff like that, and eventually maybe release them. And so when the soil is too acidic, it's quite toxic. Okay, so that is why sometimes some farmers, you go there and then you check the acidity before you do your planting. Okay, before you plant. Okay, all
Okay,
right,
so
good. So
concern
soil
on
pH
the
can,
third one.
yes,
As you just
yes,
mentioned
please.
that, let's say our farmers, the local ones, our local farmers in our villages, how would they identify or know that the land that they are going to use for planting is acidic? And if they are able to identify, what are the steps or
Yes.
methods to correct the toxicity of the soil?
Okay, very beautiful question that you've asked. So, you see, our farmers, in as much as they don't have the cosmetics, I would say maybe what we are talking about is the more or less the academic cosmetics of farming. They, in fact, a lot of experience has taught them something. Okay, sometimes when they realize that the soil has lost its fertility and stuff like that, they will, when they harvest, they will burn like if it is the maize. Okay, so sometimes when they realize that the soil is so acidic, what they do is that they burn the farm. Because when they burn the farm, they release something like potash, which is alkaline. Okay, when the soil is not too, they know when the soil is not too acidic, sometimes they will leave when they harvest their maize, and they know that the soil is not, just that they won't use the term acidic and then the alkaline, as we know, and then and stuff like that. And I doubt even our educated farmers here hardly would they go to farm and then they go and use the pH meter and then tell the acidity of the farm before they plant. Hardly would they do that. But what I know for sure is that when the soil becomes too acidic, our farmers can tell. Just that they are not going to use the word that they are not going to tell us that the soil is acidic. They won't use the term. But after they are harvesting, sometimes when they are planting stuff and they realize that no, oh, this soil, the fertility is somewhere, it seems it has become too acidic. They burn, when they weed the farm, they allow the farm to fall. And when they do that, after maybe shifting cultivation or the land rotation, sometimes they bend the land. And when they bend the land, so that they will add what? When they bend the land, they will add potash. Okay, that's the potash will add the what? The alkaline to the soil, so that it will neutralize the toxicity. Okay, if they realize that it has become a little bit too maybe the alkaline or something, they could tell. Just as I said, they won't use the term. Sometimes they will harvest and they will put the maize leaves, okay, on the farm, so that microorganisms will decompose it, and then so that just to raise the acidity of the soil. So they have their own traditional method of going about it. Just that they will not use the technical ways that we are using. But our local people are quite smart, okay, because they've done the farming for quite so long, okay. So yes, so they will use something. They will allow the maize after harvesting the residue to decay on the land. Another time they will burn it to add the potash to the soil, so that especially when they realize that the soil has become too acidic. Okay, yes, they will do that. They could tell. Okay, all right, good.
Yeah, Doc.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
Doc, thank you very much. So
You're most welcome.
let's consider the Galamsey site now.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of reclaiming the land, how can they control the toxicity level at the Galamsey site now that the lands are being reclaimed?
Oh, beautiful. So we have something we call that's in fact that's a very brilliant question that you've asked there. Okay, because this is something of much concern to all of us. So now that it's been reclaimed, okay, there's something we call bioremediation. Okay, sometimes what you can do, there are some plants, okay, that when you cultivate them, okay, even some algae, okay, when they grow, what they do is that they have the ability to extract toxic substances, okay, and those plants, they are not edible they are not edible. But when you plant them, they have the ability to, even if it is mercury, they have the ability to extract mercury from the soil. Okay, and because they are not edible to us, okay, it is still a little bit risky because it can go through the food chain. That's a sad aspect, because they may not necessarily it may not be edible, humans to humans, but maybe some animals can still feed on it and they can still go through the food chain. Okay, so some of the metals like that, we can use bioremediation. Okay, whereby we plant certain trees or certain plants, and those plants, they have the ability to absorb those heavy metals. And then we can also have some bacteria. We have some bacteria too. They have the ability to do that. Okay, we have some bacteria that they also have the ability to perform bioremediation. Okay, they can also break some of these heavy plastics and stuff like that down. Okay, especially the oxides. Okay, they can break them down into a state that is not harmful to us. Okay, I think recently, was it last 2 months, I read that there's this fungi that they discovered, some Yale students discovered in the Amazon, that it can actually break down plastics, like plastic. This fungi has ability. I mean, up to this time, we didn't know that there's any organism that can actually break down plastic. Okay, but it's one article that I read. Okay, I also saw the picture that this particular fungi can go on plastics and then break the plastic molecules down. So in this case like that, which means that when we get such type of, let's say, such type of fungi, we can cultivate them, and then in our beaches across Ghana, whereby we have this plastic, and our landfill site where we have this plenty plastic, we can just let these fungi thrive there. Okay, whereby they will break the plastic into their monomers that are not harmful to us. So yeah, so for mining sites, some of the places, okay, we can perform bioremediation, okay, whereby we plant certain trees or certain plants, or use some introduce certain algae that are capable of what of absorbing or extracting those heavy metals from the soil. Okay, yes, but it is still issue of concern, because as I said earlier on, even though when we plant them, some human beings may not actually consume those trees, but some animals can go and consume it, and then it can go through the food chain, and then others will go and feed it. Okay, we will go and feed on the animals and stuff like that, and then it will cascade through the food chain. So that's a sad aspect. So yeah, so once the remediation is going on, okay, those are restoration is going on. Yes, we can do some part, but some of the places to be very, very difficult. They say site that is heavily polluted with mercury from prolonged galamsey mining. It is very, very difficult. Okay, it is very difficult. Just that all that we need to do is that we just have to be careful, because already the underground water is already polluted because of the heavy metal. Okay, the heavy metals that have leached into them. So it is very difficult. Okay, but at least for when we start the restoration process, at least we can say that by certain years, by 30 years time, at least our children would enjoy some sort of decent water. Okay, like if you can start the remediation process and then the ecosystem restoration process now. Okay, good. Yes, but it's a tricky thing. It's a very difficult thing, because sometimes, yes, even though we are reclaiming the land, we are restoring the land, some of these heavy metal issues, how do we go by them? Okay, we can't do anything about it. Okay, and this is issue of issue of major concern. Okay, to all of us. Okay, good. Okay, so some of the things that we can do to so for instance, as I said earlier on, like managing the soil pH. Sometimes the soil pH is what sometimes you get this soil and then the pH is what it is highly acidic. So when the soil is highly acidic, okay, what do? You want to raise the pH, all right? You want to neutralize the pH, okay? So what do? You apply what? Lime. Okay, so lime is the calcium carbonate, okay, or the dolomite, the calcium magnesium carbonate. Okay, so when you apply the liming, so there's something we call liming. Okay, so we perform liming, okay, to neutralize the acidity of the soil. Okay, we perform liming to neutralize the acidity of the soil. And sometimes, occasionally too, you will see that the soil is also having what? It's also having a pH. Okay, the pH is what? Is too high. Okay, the pH is too high. The pH is the thing is so alkaline. So pH too high means that what do we need to do? We want to introduce the potassium and then the calcium and magnesium. They are very high. So when those ones are very high, the soil becomes too alkaline. Okay, too basic. Okay, so in that case, what do? We just add some sort of what? We add some sort of acids like sulfur. Okay, you know, sulfur containing or ammonium sulfate, or organic. Okay, like organic matter. The more organic matter, you know, the organic matter, as they decompose, they release what? They release organic acid into the soil, and eventually it will help to neutralize the acidity of the word, or neutralize the basicity of the soil. So when the soil is highly acidic, we can do liming, and liming is basically adding what? Calcium carbonate. Okay, that's a lime. Okay, calcium carbonate onto the soil. And when the pH is what? When the pH is too high, meaning that it is very basic or very alkaline, that when you add things like sulfur, okay, things that sulfur, ammonium sulfate, or organic compost, okay, to the soil. So when you do that, what is going to happen is that it will help to what? It will help to lower the pH. Okay, all right, good. So these are some. Hello, and our farmers, they know this. Okay, all right. Please let me hear you.
Please, apart from this limes indicated, I know of quick lime or calcium
Yes.
oxide.
Yeah, calcium
Can
oxide.
it
Yeah.
also can it also be used to neutralize the soil's pH?
Yes, it can
That
be used, but that's quite expensive. Quicklime, it's calcium oxide. It can be used. What is actually even going to do the neutralization is the calcium. Do you understand that? These are you see, what is going to do is that we need these ones. We need the calcium. Okay, like for instance, if I bend the farm like that, it's going to introduce the potash. Okay, the potash like this, the potash contains the potassium. Okay. So with this one, yes, quicklime can be used. The calcium oxide can be, but calcium oxide is quite expensive though. Have you seen it? It's quite expensive. I mean, for you to use calcium oxide to neutralize the acidity of your soil, then you must be damn rich. Okay, it's quite expensive. But lime, calcium carbonate is quite common in nature. Okay, calcium carbonate, like even shell of snails. Okay, those shells of snails like that. Oyster, those things. So you can just even go to snail farming area, go and take the snails, their shells, okay, and then come and crush them onto the shell and allow it, okay, without come and blend it, okay, you just crush them and then put it on the shell, okay. So calcium carbonate is quite common in nature. The lime, it's easy to get it, but quick lime is quite expensive. Okay, it's not something I would recommend here, even though it can do the job, but that's very expensive. Okay, the lime, the calcium carbonate is very common. Okay, and you can use that. Okay, all right. So honestly, our time is spent, and I really apologize for the network mishaps. Okay, all right. So in fact, we plan to finish it, but we couldn't finish. But what is left is just it's just like 20 slides. That is what is left. So, which means that our next meeting will kill everything. So, in fact, I've asked my TAs to set nice trial questions for you. I'm also, for me, my trial questions that I will send you, they are written questions. Okay, all right. But I will. So, looking at the time, I was just been alerted that we need to send questions, okay, the quiz and end of sem questions. So usually when I'm setting quiz questions, I'm supposed to submit 20 questions to code, okay, for your quiz. I will set 40 questions and I will send 20 of them to you as your trial questions, so that you have idea of the nature of questions you should expect, okay, in your exam. Okay, all right, good. So I think you'll be fine. You've been cooperating very, very well. And then I know the quiz you guys are going to nail it. Okay, last year they did very well, and I know you guys are also going to do well as well. Thank you so much. So we apologize for the network interruptions. And then please, if you have any question, feel free to message me back door, and then I will. But I will by tomorrow. Okay, so within this short time period, I will try as much as possible to set your likely examination questions for you. Okay, and then okay, your trial questions. And then, but our statistics, we couldn't meet yesterday because there was light on campus, light off on campus. Later, I discovered that it wasn't the whole of campus; it was just on campus. Okay, even some parts of campus actually. Okay, so so please, can we try and fix some time for our statistics? Okay, can we fix some time for our statistics? My people, my ladies. Okay, my ladies, we
I
need
don't know
to
if
get some time for
Friday
them,
will do.
please.
When
When should
Friday
we?
is a holiday.
Friday is a holiday.
Yeah, it was
This coming
supposed to
Friday is
be
a holiday.
tomorrow. Yeah, but it was supposed to be tomorrow, but
Tomorrow
it has
is
been
a
shifted
holiday.
to Friday.
And
No,
no,
it was
tomorrow.
It's not.
Tomorrow is a
It's
holiday.
not. It's a
Friday.
holiday,
It's
but it
Friday.
will not be observed tomorrow. It will be observed on
It
Friday.
should be
It will be
okay. So
observed on
tomorrow is only for
Friday.
students, for basic school students.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Now, what sort of holiday
including
is that?
public.
That's Farmers Day, or
Is it constitutional day?
Holiday.
hey, Ghana and our
It's a
holidays.
cross
Okay.
border.
Okay, but it will be observed tomorrow, right? Okay.
It will be
will
on
be
no.
It was supposed to be observed tomorrow, but
tomorrow. But we'll put
the
it on
government says
Friday.
it will be to Friday. Yeah.
Yes, I think it makes
So
a lot
please,
of
we can meet tomorrow or Friday.
Yeah, no,
tomorrow
it's going so can we have the class on Friday?
Yes, in the morning.
In the
Sure,
morning.
please.
Yes,
If it
please.
is holiday.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Like
Friday.
early in the
Yes,
morning.
Yes, please.
Or what do you think?
Friday.
Because statistics in the afternoon, I don't like statistics in the afternoon, I don't think my ladies will be happy. Okay.
Friday
So maybe
morning.
early in the morning, Friday. Is that okay?
The Friday morning, yes. Friday morning.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So that I can
Yes, we
use
want it in the
tomorrow.
morning. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, why don't you do it
Okay.
tomorrow?
So time. Okay. So
9
time.
a.m.
Oh, 9 is too late. Okay. Why don't you make it maybe 8?
No, Friday is okay.
Yeah, Friday.
8 to 10, 10:30.
Okay, so Friday, so we are talking about Friday. So Friday, we are talking about so our statistics. Okay.
So can we
Okay.
say that
Our
time? Can we make it
statistics.
8?
Friday, we can make it Friday. Okay. Once it is holiday, let's make it like please, what time? 7:30?
8.
Okay, 7:30 or
7:30.
7:30. The
is
children
okay.
will be at home. So so let's make it early so that we can finish early so that you can attend to them. Okay. So maybe 7:30 to maybe latest 10:30.
10 o'clock will be okay since it involves calculations.
Okay, yeah, so that you can so that you can also enjoy the holidays. Okay, that's fine. Okay, all right, great. So council of elders that I'm in WhatsApp group with, please you remind me of it, okay? And then council of elders, make sure you remind me that I need to send you trial questions, okay? For all the areas that you are going to write exam on. I need right. I think that those ones that I've been sending you true or false questions, the true or false questions are even nice. They're okay. All right. They are not bad at all. Okay. So I will send you the true or false questions tomorrow on this one. Okay. All right, great. All right. The true or false questions could also be used as a guideline for your learning. Okay. So please, Friday, 7:30 to 10 o'clock, statistics. Okay, we'll do the calculation so that when we meet one, then it means we are done. I don't want a situation that examination week and then you are learning. Examination week, it should be revision. Maybe if I come and I'm doing something, then we only revise maybe some questions that people find it difficult, some tricky questions, then we'll just be solving them. Okay, all right, so that we give ample time. You know, right now the brains are not as sharp as it used to be when you were young. So which means you need ample time to learn. Okay, so let's try and then maybe finish all stuff within this week. And then coffee, it's not funny. Sometimes the brain just doesn't work. As it is going, one school fees, you remember the school fees, and then what you are reading will just disappear from the head. Okay, so so what we can do is that we'll have our class in the morning, our 2 hours, 3 hours, okay, 2 hours, 30 minutes. I think we'll be fine. Okay, we'll be able to cover a lot of the statistics stuff, and then that will be okay. After the shell, I'm not worried because it's just left with 20 slides. Okay, so go through them. Okay, I will send the true or false questions that I set for you. Go through all of them. Let them be your guide. You can solve them. You can WhatsApp me the answers. I will gladly go through it. Okay, the one that I will send it to you, you will see the answers at the lower part of it, so that you can easily mark yourself. Okay, and stuff like that. Thank you very much for having me. Okay, yes, please let me hear you.
Are you sending this slide to
yes.
us?
Okay, I will send the first one, the one on my computer, because that one was the one. I will add this one to it as well. Okay.
Okay.
But the other one, I had true or false question. The network, the one that the network was not working before we close. So some true or false questions that I want you people to go through. I will send that one to you. Okay, so that one, it has some questions that I can guide you. Okay, all right. So I will do that, and then I will send that one to you. Okay, good. Okay, so thank you very much for having me.
The psychology, Saturday cytology slides, you didn't send it to us.
Yes, please. I'm trying to. I've asked my TAs to add some trial questions to it. Then I will send it to you. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Because when it delays, it means that I want to ask some trial questions. That is why. Okay, all right, great. So, but please keep prompting me. so that I will do that. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Council of Elders.
Yes. So thank you so much for having me. And then as I apologize again for the network interruptions, and you staying, in fact, you've done awesomely well. I'm so proud of you. And then may God richly bless you, and then have a good night and sleep well. Okay.
Bless you too.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Actually, doctor,
Bless you
actually,
three.
the men wanted us to close very early. Very
Ah,
early, but we
the
had
men
them to
wanted
stay. Yes, when you left,
Yeah,
when you
Ah,
left,
hey,
you have
the
to
men.
convince them. Yes.
Oh, share about you. Oh, the ladies
Yeah,
stay.
those,
Oh,
we were
I got you.
we were even
Oh,
thinking we
oh,
were
oh.
having micro and macro classes. Oh.
Okay. Oh, Abuna, the Angeles, the Bennies, the F-words, the Lizzies, the Georgines, they stayed. I trust my ladies.
You were having micro class.
Yes, I know. With the Patricias and then you did very well. You did very, very well. Well done. So proud of you. Good. Okay. So God willing, we'll meet on Friday and we'll be able to wrap up everything. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Good
Thank you.
night.
Please, if you don't understand anything, please feel free to WhatsApp me. Please. Okay. All right. Please just give me a shout. If you don't understand anything, there's something you need clarification, feel free to WhatsApp me and I'll gladly do it. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Uh,
Visuals.